I'd like to call the budget deliberations for day 2 to order. As always, we are pleased to be here today on the traditional territory of Treaty 6. We acknowledge all those who share a deep connection with this land. The City of Beaumont respects the histories, languages, and cultures of all of Canada's First Peoples, whether they be of First Nation, Métis, or Inuit descent, and appreciates that their presence continues to enrich Canada's vibrant communities. We are all treaty people. So as we head off into today, today is we're going to get into the meats of some budget deliberations. We're going to start off with our operational budget, which starts on page 42, and we'll go through department by department and make motions to amend the budget. We will then flip to, hang on, CAO is.
If I recall, and Curtis, please confirm, is Laura on the line? She was going to present the library's operating.
Right. So we'll get to that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I do have her on the line when you're ready to go, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so then we will flip to the capital. As I was saying, we'll flip to the capital and then go to utilities. And hopefully we're wrapped up today, but we have tomorrow if we need it. Couple of items. Yes, Laura Whitten from the library is here to present at the operational budget for the library. So we'll start with her presentation today. Councillor Monkhouse yesterday had requested a presentation on the sports field project at Four Seasons. We will present that at when we hit the Capitol. And I think that pretty much covers what we need to cover. Are there any questions from members of council before we get started with Laura's presentation? Councillor Stout.
Were we not to have a, does the sport field include the trails and pathways? Were we not to have a presentation from Mr. Sidra on that? That's the
presentation that we're gonna, yeah, that's the presentation that Paul will present as to what's in and out of that project at that time.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm.
Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification. Are we at this point making motions, asking questions? And do the existing motions we submitted need to be submitted verbally?
Yeah, the motion, today is the day we make motions. So the motions you submitted previously, yes, you actually have to make the motion today. So if you decide you want to make the motion or withdraw the motion or whatever you want to do, when we hit each individual section where that your motion applies, that's your opportunity to make the motion at that time.
So in my case, one of the motions is overriding. I think Councillor Daniluk as well, is for the whole entire budget. When would you like to have those?
Well, if they're in terms of the tax increase, are those the two motions you're referring to?
Yes.
Those would obviously start off the top.
Okay, so if you're going department by department, then you want that right off the top.
If we're gonna make that motion right off the top. Otherwise, we can go through department by department and see where the tax increase lands and then go from there.
I would think that would make more sense if we did it at the end rather than at the beginning of the operating budget.
Yes, so I would agree.
Okay.
Because I know I'm where you guys are. I'd like to see 02, but I want to see where we land after we hit department by department.
I'd appreciate the discussion first. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will invite Ms. Whitten from the library to present. Sorry, there you are. Welcome to the budget deliberations. Ms. Whitten, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm here today with our board chair, Iruna Brennan. I'm going to share our slideshow here, and Iruna is going to get us started.
Perfect. So hello, Mayor Stewart and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present the library's 2021 budget request. Before we talk about the 2021 operational budget, our library manager, Laura, is going to present our 2019 annual report. Normally, we would present this to you in early spring. Unfortunately, the early spring of this year was a bit unusual, so we weren't here. I know 2019 feels like a lifetime ago, but we don't want to miss the chance to highlight the growth in our service use that we saw and some of the awesome things that we did last year.
Thank you, Iruna. And thank you, Council. I'm sorry, I'm sure you guys are getting sick of me. This is my last one for a little while, but I am excited to present our 2019 annual report to you today. The library saw growth across all areas of service in 2019. Our active memberships grew by 5%, and we saw a 3% increase in visits to the library, with a total of 62,250 people through our doors and an additional 15,308 visiting our website. Material borrowing continues to grow. We saw an 11% increase in physical material borrowing from the library in 2019 and a 23% increase in virtual checkouts. It's worth noting that our material borrowing growth consistently outpaces Beaumont's population growth. So it's not just that we have more people in the city, but that our users are using our services more and more. I also want to highlight the amazing programming we offered in 2019. The library hosts programs both in-house and out in the community for all ages, and demand is really only going up here. From 2018 to 2019, we saw an 11% increase in program participation. Despite space constraints, we grew the number of programs offered by 10% as well. And over the past 5 years, we've seen a 116% increase in program participation and a 101% increase in programs offered. So we're seeing huge growth in program demand, and that trend isn't showing signs of slowing. Our core programming suite for children in 2019 focused on developing the emerging literacy of children ages 0 to 6 and helping parents understand how to engage in those literacy activities with their children in the home, while also encouraging parents to connect with each other to form support systems between families. For older children, our core programming includes our homeschool program that brings homeschool children together to engage in learning and positive socialization, our book club and games clubs, and our spring break and summer reading programs that foster multiple literacies, guard against summer slide, and offer a whole lot of fun. For adults, the library offered French, Spanish, and sign language learning courses, a French and ESL conversation club, a suite of workshops, including soap making, Métis beading, plant cultivation, our Seniors Corner program, as well as hosting community groups from knitters to writers to scrapbookers to travel clubs. So in addition to our regular programming, in 2019, we hosted 23 special events, and I want to highlight a few of those. 2019 brought our first annual career fair, and we're really proud of this event. It was developed in response to feedback we got during our public consultations for our current plan of service. The community let us know that opportunities to explore career paths, meet with potential employees, explore educational opportunities, and learn about employment options were missing and needed. So in response, we held our career fair. We invited schools, universities, colleges, employers, businesses, and community organizations from Beaumont and surrounding communities, and we saw a really incredible response. We had a total of 9 colleges and universities, including the U of A, MacEwan, and Norquest, 8 businesses, including, of course, Chartier, but also McDonald's, CIBC, and 7 other employers, including police and fire services, Women Building Futures, a number of apprenticeship programs, Navigation Canada, and the list really goes on. We had 360 people visit the fair, including high school students, recent university graduates, and adults facing career transitions. 2019 also brought our first 2 community open houses. Again, community consultations told us that Beaumontonians don't necessarily know about the services available to them within our city. So in response, we first partnered with FCSS to host our first Check It Out open house at the library. FCSS was on site, providing information about their services and getting the word out about the incredible work they do. And the library provided the venue along with hay rides, stories, games, and lots of fun. That event was really successful. We had about 200 participants, so we did it again, and this time we featured health services in Beaumont. So we had representatives from the Public Health Center, local health-related businesses and services, and medical and dental clinics and practitioners, and each booth offered information about their services, and Beaumontonians were invited to come and learn about health service in our community, all in a one-stop shop. So those were the 3 new events that we hosted in 2019, but we also held all of our hugely popular annual events, including Seniors Christmas Lunch and Senior Spring Tea, our Christmas Petting Zoo and Hay Rides, Christmas Craft Night, Alberta Culture Day September Swing, a Summer Reading Club Kickoff Concert, our annual Mother's Day Tea and Father's Day Safari Night, and our Summer Chock-a-Block event. So though we've been limited in what services we can offer in 2020 and how we offer those services, we have continued to provide a high volume of valued services in line with our vision and strategic goals. And I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to report to you on our 2020 work at the beginning of the month. So I'm going to pass it back over now to Aruna, who's going to talk about our 2021 budget request.
So our 2021 budget was developed with our vision in mind and with 2 priorities. First, we wanted to remove financial barriers to access library programs. And second, we really feel we need to review our organizational structure to ensure effective use of funds and to optimize the value of future staff increases. Our 2021 operational budget was developed with the understanding that 2020 has been a difficult financial year for the city and that 2021 is likely to carry many of the same struggles as 2020. With that in mind, we worked hard to develop a budget that found savings and focused on doing more with less. Ultimately, our total budget for 2021 is projected at $1,081,800. This is a 2% decrease from our 2020 budget. We are not asking the city for an increase in funding for 2021. We are asking council to maintain 2020 funding levels at $890,600. Our overall budget decrease is the result of a few factors. First, we moved to free programming for nearly all of our programs in 2020, and we plan to maintain free programming in 2021, with the exception of our high-cost language programs. This eliminates a significant revenue stream, but we believe adds enormous benefit to the community. Second, a number of our other revenue streams are down due to COVID. We don't anticipate any rental revenue in 2021, and we expect our book sales and printing services to bring in less funds in line with what we've seen in late 2020. We're making up for these revenue shortfalls in a few ways. We currently have a vacant position due to a staff leave, and we won't be filling that position at this time. We found significant savings by switching our janitorial contractor. And finally, we will be using funds in our operational surplus to cover the remaining revenue shortfalls. I also want to note that within our operating expenses for 2021, we have included funds to hire a consultant to conduct an organizational review of the library staffing model, processes, and procedures. The library hasn't conducted this sort of close look at our operation and staffing before. As we all know, Beaumont has grown enormously, but the library services and operational models have been pretty consistent. We are prioritizing this work in 2021 in anticipation of an expansion to the library and with an understanding that, perhaps more than ever, we need to find efficiencies, do more with less, and make sure that our organization is being as effective as possible with the resources and funding we receive. Once again, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to present on the library's work and to provide you with more information on our 2021 budget. As always, we are grateful for the support that Council provides, and we're excited to continue to offer Beaumontonians opportunities to explore, discover, and connect in 2021. Laura and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you coming to present to us today. Also really like to see the fact that you're holding the line on your budget, and that's really appreciated too. I will open it up to questions for members of council, if there are any. Okay, seeing none, I guess that covers it. Oh, there are now questions. Councillor Monkhouse Swain.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Worship. And I think we all just kind of jumped in all at once there, so I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you both for coming in today and presenting to us. Great overview, and just always a great reminder of the great work that you guys and that the library provides for our community. So thank you for that overview. One of the things I said, and you wouldn't have been here, but I'm assuming you're not sitting here watching our budget live feeds, but one of the things I said off the top was, I'm okay with the conversation around a zero increase, but what I don't want to do is just use reserves to pay for that. And so obviously you guys had an incredible challenge in front of you, and you're using some of those here. And so I guess my my question would be, you've had that $30,000 reserve there for a little bit, and so obviously you guys think that leaving roughly 16,000 in there is sufficient going forward. Is that a concern, or is your focus mainly on those capital requests that you've put forward in front of us?
Aruna, do you want to take this, or shall I?
You can start, sure. Laura.
Yeah. We really felt strongly about bringing you a 0%. We also felt strongly about some services that we're adding to the library in the coming year and that organizational review. It required that we dig into that surplus. The capital requests that we've put forward, I know there were questions about using some of our reserves to pay for some of those. So I hope it's a bit clear now why we won't be able to cover those using the reserves, because we are going to be dipping into it to bring this 0% budget. I'm hesitant to use up all of our reserves in the coming year to pay for capital expenses and to get the services and get the operational level that we need, which is why we've brought those forward as capital requests separately.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you for the answer. I guess what I'm interested in is, how much does it cost you guys to run your library business, right? Essentially.
Right.
And I understand 2020 is a tough year, 2021 is going to be a tough year, and not just from financially, but just access to programming folks coming in. And so what I wouldn't want us to do is to go through this process and have you guys being so tight to meet a 0% that we're not actually getting a true cost of what your operating budget actually is. But from what I'm hearing from you and the way it was presented, I get the sense that, if we weren't in these, and hopefully by the end of next year, we might be able to see some hope. If we weren't in these challenging times, you wouldn't need to be dipping into those operating reserves to be able to run the library. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are certain savings that we know we will get, we're very much hoping to get in 2021 due to COVID still. So things like our hours still being limited is allowing us not to fill a staff position, to pull back some things. So the budget that we're submitting this year is pretty specific to 2021. If this were a regular year, it would probably look a little bit different. And we do expect that, as we move forward with an expansion and things like that, and we expand hours and expand services and expand staffing, we will need to come with increases in future years. But we worked very hard in 2021 to make sure that in these exceptional circumstances, we could bring you this 0%.
Great, thank you. And we certainly appreciate that. You got the direction and you delivered. I know that was very challenging to be able to bring that forward. I wanted to make sure that we had a true realization of what it costs to operate it. So appreciate it. That's all the questions I have, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hendricks, followed by Councillor Danlock, followed by Councillor Barnhart.
Your Worship, thank you. Just with respect to the physicality of the building and the way it lays out and the programming room, that's really attached but separate, because it can be used in a way that other user groups can be there after hours in its own locked up format. Just wondering if we're getting any revenues from outside groups in that programming room.
So in a normal year, we do rent that program room out. During COVID, part of our reopening plan for COVID has room rentals as one of the last items for us to bring back in. So we're not currently renting the space out. We're not particularly concerned about major lost revenues with that, because given the current restrictions with COVID, we can't have more than 11 people in that room at a time anyways. So even if we were currently renting it out, I don't imagine that there would be a lot of people chomping at the bit to get it, because capacity is very limited right now.
Right. So my question was whether or not it's being used by outside groups, and the answer, I guess, is yes. So that's good news. Mm-hmm. I know in the past we've had some resistance to that, from some previous administrations within the library. So I know groups like Toastmasters and others had tried to set a regularly scheduled event date that they can use the space. So just glad to hear that it's open to outside users. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Hendricks. Councillor Daniluk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, ladies, for your presentation today, and also appreciate the effort you made into making the budget the way you did for 2021. A very quick question is, you mentioned a job review of the library, staffing, and so on. I'm assuming using an outside consultant is going to provide you with sort of an objective look from the outside as opposed to doing it within internally. I'm assuming you have the skill set yourself, Laura, as a manager, to do it yourself, but I imagine having an outside consultant does give you the objectivity, perhaps, and a fresh set of eyes. Is that the idea of going outside for that, please? Which I'm assuming is the case.
Yes, absolutely. That was the idea. So this was presented to the board, and we did look at different options, including having me do the organizational review. Issues with that were just, timelines. It would take me significantly more time to do that kind of work, probably a couple of years, given that I'm also operating the library itself, and also that I am internal to the library. So it's quite a bit harder to see those things.
Right.
There are a number of libraries in Alberta that have done similar organizational reviews, and we will go out to RFQ for it. And I know that there are wonderful consultants and companies that will likely bid, and I think we'll get a really good close look at our operations and staffing.
Good, thank you. I do endorse and appreciate using the outside source and generate objectivity and also some good results. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I'm done.
Oh, sorry, if I could just add to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I think it adds to kind of both of the questions. We really think it's a great opportunity during the next year, fiscal year, to do this overview of our library. One, because it is a weird circumstance, but that way, when we do come to you in the future, we will make sure that we're effectively using that money. We have a clear plan of what that direction looks like, with some support from outside consultation.
Councillor Marner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much. Good to see you again, Laura. It's never too many times. And Aruna, I miss seeing you on the board. I really enjoyed being with you on the board in the past. My question is probably for the administration as well as for the two of you, but essentially I don't recall council approving the 2020 budget with the surplus being used, but maybe that's just my poor memory. Was that a decision you made later on in the year, or was that decision made by council previous? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I believe so. Are you referring to the use of the surplus funds for the quiet room? Yes. So my understanding of the surplus, and I checked this in the documentation, the bylaw around the library, is that 30,000 surplus it requires board approval. I have to go to my board, but that council doesn't have to approve the use of those $30,000 funds.
Okay,
so if
that's
we
different than what I recall, I thought it did have to come to council, so I'm glad you checked. And are you saying it was used for capital?
Yes. So in 2020, we added a second quiet room. This also came out of our plan of service. We had one quiet study space in the library, and demand was outpacing what we could offer there. So we added a second one on the other side, and we used that surplus for that. We will have enough surplus at the end of 2020 to top that back up to the 30,000 that it was, so to replace those funds moving into 2021.
Okay.
If I could just
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just clarify as well. So a lot of that for the second quiet room that we did bring on board, that was also from a donation. So we had a lot of funds from donation from Dream, and then we had some support from our friends of the library to get furniture, and there was just a little bit of a difference, and that was in terms of it was sort of the HVAC sort of, I think it was some of the facility part of the room that we had to use a little bit of it for.
Okay, so it was used in the operating budget then, is what you're saying. Okay. Okay, I'm glad you checked into that. It was just one of those nagging things that kept coming back from my previous conversations, but thank you for all the good work you're doing. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much for coming in. We really do appreciate it, and exciting things going on at the library, so it's nice to see. But yeah, hopefully you have a great rest of your day, and we'll be back in touch.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right, so that brings us to into the operating budget. Just just so council knows, I did ask the CAO and Mr. DeBlanco if they could keep a run, as we've done in previous years, if they could keep a running tally of the pluses and the minuses and where we're lining up in terms of what tax increase is. So I'm just going to confirm that we're ready to go with that. Mr. Blanco. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, because of where we're at, yeah, unfortunately, because of where we are, we either share his screen continuously or we check in once in a while. But so I think we'll just check in once in a while and see where that's sitting. We'll go from there. So if you turn in the budget to page 42, we'll start with the operational side. The discussion is going to be purely based on motion. Otherwise, and if there's no motions that council members wish to make on a particular section of the budget, we're just going to skip right through and keep on going. And we'll go from there. So starting on page 42 with the council budget, I know Minister Daniluk, Councillor Daniluk has a motion that he'd like to kick off. So we'll start with him and see if other councillors have other motions to make as well.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I appreciate being called minister. That's the first time in my life, and greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Council, I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the travel and training budget from the proposed 31,500 down to 2,500 for 2021 in view of the COVID restrictions regarding travel for council. Thank you very much.
You wish to speak to your reasoning for the motion?
Essentially, I believe we will have very little need for travel into 2021, before the next council takes over next fall. So I think we can reduce that down and have a positive effect on the proposed tax increase without reducing service to our citizens or to our council ourselves, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll open it up for discussion on the motion. Comments from members of council. Councillor Hendricks.
Your Worship, I think administration had responded to this this discussion regarding the upcoming election. Was there anything further there?
That discussion was in relation to program expenses and supplies and professional and consultant services, not in relation to council's travel budget.
So travel and training. So there's nothing further on the travel and training side? Like on the training side?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, I just want clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowler?
I can answer that. The travel and training budget is held flat from the prior year. The increases, as noted before, for the election and new council are in program expenses and supplies and professional and consulting services. Both those are funded by a transfer from reserve as they're one time in nature. The travel and training budget in the proposed budget is similar to the prior year.
Which, if council recalls, is about a $15,000 reduction from the previous year. So it's down.
That's correct.
But Councillor Barnhart, comments?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. And my question would be, with the remaining $2,500, Councillor Daniluk, did you have any, were you establishing some priority by leaving that $2,500? What would that be for? And before you answer that, I'm aware that this is also the mayor's training and travel budget, is it not? Mayor, are you part of this one, or do you have your own?
No, this is a travel and training budget for everybody. So everybody's expenses come out of this.
So I'm wondering about travel back and forth to Edmonton, mileage. Where is that going to come from?
Oh, that's in. I don't know if Mr. DeBlanco can confirm, but I'm pretty sure that comes out of benefits expense budget item, or is that out of travel and training?
If we're referring to the any car allowances, that would be in benefits expense. If we're talking about travel and training for counselors, that's expense reimbursed, it would come out of the travel and training.
So that's my question. If a counselor is traveling regionally, does that come out of this budget?
Yes, that's
mileage
correct.
Would come out of. So counselor's mileage comes out of travel and training or benefits?
Counselor's mileage comes out of travel and training.
I just don't know what the numbers are, whether 2,500 will be sufficient. So Councillor Daniluk, that's my only concern with your motion.
May I respond, Mr. Thank you, Kathy. That's a great question. I just landed on 2,500 because we essentially have a moratorium for counselors to attend conferences and that sort of thing, which is the bulk of that allowance we'll be going for. With the anticipation of kilometers, the 2,500 would provide for a substantial amount of actual kilometer travel for the first 9 months of for the 2021 year. So I would be not adverse to increasing slightly to 3,000 if you felt more comfortable. Make a friendly amendment. I'm fine with that. I was just ballparking 2,500 left over would be a reasonable number based on how much we spent so far this year, 2020, which is very negligible almost. So based on the responses back to the questions we gave prior to the budget session. So I can live with a slight adjustment if you feel comfortable, but I think 25 was a reasonable number for 2021.
I would leave it maybe to Mr. DeBlanco. Is the 2,500 reasonable for mileage based on past year?
I would have to look into what the past mileage expense. I would just caution reducing it to that, knowing that in 2022, assuming it becomes a normal year, we would then need to increase the tax levy to adjust for that.
Right, that's another concern.
And I would also make the comment that if you lower it down in 2021, vaccines are coming closer to the end of the year. Conferences like AUMA are going to come up, and councils are going to want to travel. Other conferences are going to come available. A lot of the stuff that we got for free virtually this year is going to have administration fee, or it's going to have fees, even if it's $100 or $200 registration to attend a virtual conference. Like, you lower that budget significantly, then you take all of that ability for council to do all that networking and all that training. So
actually, that's a good
my
point.
caution.
That's a good point. I will wait for the council to make suggestions, and I'll consider any amendments, friendly amendments that maybe come across from other councillors. Thank you for that last comment.
Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, you bet. Good discussion to date on this. I recall in one of the last meetings we had, Councillor Daniluk had asked about getting some social media training, and he had been inquiring about that. If that training was to come forward, does that training also come out of this budget? If Mr. DeBlanco or Mr. Dowler could let us know.
Yes, that's correct. Any additional training that would be required would come out of that budget.
Yeah, so so those types of things that pop up, that's what this budget is for. I understand the intent of what you're trying to do here. The other comment I would have is something that administration said yesterday around pandemic budgeting, and I want to have a little discussion on the BSRC later. But when we reduce this by 30 grand this year, then on a normal year when we go to put 30 grand back into this, that's that's right into the operational increases, and then there's percent increases associated with that. So that's what I would caution in this move. Okay. We saw how quickly we all wanted to get back together as soon as we could in the region and in our room. So it may feel like a really good thing to do right now, but I don't know that the longevity of it through 2021 lasts. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Stout, followed by Councillor Monkoff Swain.
Oh, thank you, Worship. Yeah, yes, I have a few concerns with cutting it by that extent. One of them is training. For instance, we've already sat unconscious bias training course that's been provided online. I assume that would come out of this budget if we were to do anything similar in 2021. I'm also concerned about training for councillors who sit on the subdivisions appeal board are required to by the province to have a training course. So that would, if there's changes to council after September, then you may need to provide that training quickly. And I'm sure there will be some changes to council. So I'm concerned with how we would fund those sorts of training courses, and there is all sorts of contingency. And another concern I have is that I am confident that there will be some return to normal as 2021 progresses post-pandemic. I don't know when it will be, but that's guesswork, right? So as a compromise, I don't know, Councillor Daniluk, you indicated that you were open to a friendly amendment. As a compromise, I'd suggest maybe we cut that budget in half, and make an economy where we can, because because we anticipate that our expenses will be much lower next year. But that I don't know if you'd be willing to consider that.
Mayor Stewart, is it procedure to have Mr. Monkoff Swain speak first and then have the friendly amendment, or I can address that now? And what's better for procedure-wise? Do you want us to proceed? How best?
No, if you want to make the friendly amendment now, that's fine. It's discussion will still be ongoing till everybody's had their say. And then we'll call
Okay,
the question,
then
so.
based on Councillor Stout's suggestion, I would accept that friendly amendment to my motion. Thank you.
Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Yeah, thanks. I won't reiterate what everyone else has said. In short, I'd rather keep this consistent to where it is in the budget right now. I know we're trying to find efficiencies where we can, but at the end of the day, you know, worst case scenario, this money isn't cash out the door, right? The money will come back and at the end of the year. So while I prefer to get it as accurate as possible, I think just going up and down to trying to manage during a pandemic isn't going to work for me personally. So I'm not supportive of the new motion, or however we want to phrase it. So I think we just leave it as is and try to find some efficiencies elsewhere.
Thank you very much. And just my final comments on it. When we did reduce this budget last year from the 45 to the 32, we had done that based on historical data of what council had spent in the last couple of years. And that is, and 30,000 is what gets councillors the training to conferences and all the rest of it. And that's what we were spending. And so I'm sort of where Councillor Monkoff-Swain sitting at the status quo. Further discussion on the motion. Councillor Stout, Monkoff-Swain, are your hands just still up from before, or do you want to speak again?
Sorry, that was left my hand up there.
Yeah, me too.
Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you. And I just want to be transparent, Councillor Daniluk. I supported it at first, but hearing the conversation and being reminded that we had cut it substantially last year, I don't think it would be wise at this point to support this motion. But I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you. And I appreciate the conversation. And if motion gets defeated, I can live with that. I just went out on the table for discussion, and we have discussed it, and I do appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further requests to speak, we will be voting by button. We'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is defeated 5-2 with councillors Daniluk and Stout in support. Everybody else against.
Thank you.
All right, great discussion. Hopefully the rest of the day goes like this. Are there any other motions council members wish to make on the council page? Okay, seeing none, flipping over to the CAO's office.
Hello.
Councillor.
Yeah, sorry, I had my hand up there. Good to go?
You are, or you're on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd like to make a motion on the council budget here. I motion that council discuss a reduction in salaries and wages, considering between a 2% and 4% decrease in this budget.
Care to comment on your reasoning why?
Yeah, the economic world around us is not good. It's not healthy. We have our residents who are losing jobs and accepting salary reductions daily. The economic outlook is not improving in the near future, and you know, we've seen some leadership with other elected officials in the province around you know, this cognitive you know, or this look into who gets paid what, and I thought it would be prudent to have this discussion today. Thank you.
Fair enough. Open it up to members of council for question and debate. Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Yeah, I wonder if I could just get clarification on the motion. So you're talking just council, or are you talking about everyone across the board?
Yeah, right now we're just on the council page here, so I was thinking that this would be a prudent time to talk about mayor and council. And big picture later, if we were going straight across the board or not, that would be a discussion for later. I thought that the council discussion would be prudent right now.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. In short, I certainly support it. In my other life, I received a reduction, as well as I know many residents across the Beaumont. So I support this motion here, and interested to hear what anyone else has to say. Thanks for bringing it forward.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a clarification because you put a range on there of 2 to 4%. You want to put a number on that? You're on mute.
Sure, I'll put the number of 4% forward, and then we can discuss where it might land if it does pass. Thank you.
Fair enough. Up to open it up for debate, discussion and debate. Councillor Stout.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask the same question that you just asked. Yes, I'm supportive of a reduction. I think it's appropriate for the reasons that Councillor Van Nieuwkerk suggested. I don't think I've got a lot to add, and the question really would be, where does it end? I was actually thinking in terms of 2.5%, but I'd certainly consider 4%. So,
okay. So seeing no further requests to speak, I'm just going to throw a couple of points for consideration onto this fire. Going down to 4% is not going to be a true 4%, because you're going to take 4% off the gross, but it's going to be more because a freeze is already a reduction. So we're not taking COLA, so we're not going to be able to absorb the cost increases around us. Things like EI and CPP are going to go up, and things like that. So we're already going to be losing more off those checks right off the hop. And so if we're going to look at a reduction, I'd be more comfortable in the 2% range versus 4%. Taking those things into consideration that are going to add and compound to it. Councillor Downluck. Sorry, you're on mute, bud.
Sorry, wrong button.
You want to speak?
Not just yet, thanks.
Councillor Margoswain.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder, and this is probably putting administration in a tough spot. So I recall the fund we had when we discussed this a couple of years ago. Then I put forward a motion to talk about reviewing council salaries at the end of each term, and I'm wondering, the purpose of that was so that council could get a feel for what the 3 years would look like, and then they would make the decision on what that salary would be, so that anyone running would know what that number is, and we wouldn't be in that situation where we had to make those kind of adjustments on the fly. So I'm just curious, is that still part of the plan to bring that back? I was trying to scramble to find the motion, but I couldn't find it. So Ms. Winter, there looks like you're ready to go, potentially.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So currently right now, I'm working with a third-party reviewer, and we're currently going through councillor salaries, and it will be presented either at the December Committee of the Whole meeting or the January Committee of the Whole.
So thank you for that. Yeah, I wonder, so I certainly appreciate where you're going with this, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, and as you mentioned, I support it in principle. But speaking of principle, I put that motion forward so that we could go through a process of having that third-party appraiser and do this properly, versus the seven of us kind of throwing darts at a number here. So I wonder if we leave the salaries as it is, recognizing that in the next couple of weeks we're going to get this information back in front of us, and at that point we can always consider that information plus going forward. on the flip side, this is an extraordinary year, and so you may want to cover that off there. But I wanted to throw that option out to remind folks that process was coming, and that could be a better way to do this. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
And yeah, this would be this is the second year that we didn't get COLA last year either. So we are slowly slipping down that wage scale. Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you, and I appreciate the discussion. Would it be the appropriate process then to table this motion until we get the report from the administration? Is that possible?
I would think that that's probably like if we're going to do this report, I'd like to see that report before I weighed in on this one because the work's being done. But would you accept a motion to table, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk? Or would you withdraw it until that time, or how do you want to do this?
Yeah, good discussion. Thanks for the thoughts, everyone. And I wasn't sure the status of that motion Councillor Monkoff-Swain had put in, so thanks for bringing that up, and thanks for the clarity from administration. I do think it's an extraordinary year, and I would like to see us have a vote on this. One of the things we might consider is a time limit on this, an X number % reduction, and till the end of this council term. That might fill that part out, and then the process that's underway in the background is the the review with the external auditor. That's going on in the background. So I'm not trying to complicate things. I'm trying to put forward something that realizes us and aligns us with the economic realities that our residents and Alberta in particular is facing. So that's what I'm trying to achieve here. So.
I appreciate that. So you're letting your motion stand is where we're at right now.
Yeah, I would prefer to see a vote on it.
CAO has got his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Stewart. Just to weigh in some factual information, you've got a compensation survey that's about to be completed. I get that these decisions can sometimes be overrun, by the events and then overshadowed by the data. I don't see any data right now that suggests that council and the mayor are overpaid in the region. In fact, the numbers I have seen suggest that you're in fact under in the region. So by reducing your salaries, I just think it's not a fact-based decision, and you've got those facts coming back to you in the next couple months. But that's your call. I just wanted to toss out some information.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I understand where Councillor Van Nieuwkerk is trying to go. Kind of this motion is more in light of the year that we're experiencing versus the value of council generally, and what we bring in. So the report that is coming back to council is going to look at that generally, and there'll be some recommendations in that. So I like where he was going in terms of the reduction of salary for the end of this council term, just to recognize that everyone else in the city is hurting as well, and we should take that on the chin too. So I think that's prudent for us to do. So whether it's 2%, 3%, 4%, I'm okay with that discussion generally, but looking forward to the more broader picture of the report coming back.
Yeah, I'm still inclined to wait for the report before we make decisions. But Councillor Barnhart, followed by Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, Councillor Barnhart, followed by Councillor Hendricks, followed by Councillor Van Nieuwkerk.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, I would just be concerned about this motion. If it didn't pass, I would like to be able to deal with it after the report. And I don't know technically if we can bring it back again. We'd have to change it substantially in order to vote on it a second time. So that's why I'm suggesting tabling.
Can we get clarity?
You are correct. And Ms. Winter will have to verify that. But I think it's 6 months before we can bring a subject back.
Thank you, Your Worship. We wouldn't have any concerns with having a motion similar to what Councillor Van Newkirk has put on the table today. We could put that motion on the table in January at the first council meeting as the report is coming back to the committee of the whole.
Follow up, Councillor Barnhart.
Yes, Ms. Winter, what I'm saying is if we vote on it today and it were to fail, would we be able to bring it back again?
Yes, Councillor Barnhart, we would be able to bring that motion back within that time limit. Yes.
Okay, that's surprising to me. I thought once a motion failed, you had to wait 6 months.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Barnhart. We actually do not have that built into our meeting procedures bylaw.
Okay, that's news. Thank you for that.
I think we did at one point. Councillor Hendricks.
Your Worship, I too would hope to get to the consultant's report. Even when we hit the consultant's report, just as we did last time, we didn't follow the consultant's report. We came up with our own math and numbers. In fact, it was Councillor Danilek who had moved a significant reduction from what we thought we were going to do, which was a split 2-to-1 from the mayor's salary to the councillor's salary. And then there was some pushback from the public, and the reduction came out of the councillor's side down to where we are currently. I have no problem with stating that yeah, we all need to take it on the chin as a result of this impact with COVID, but to do it today instead of 3 weeks from now, when we'd have the report and consultant's report and everything else in front of us, we have to fix this remuneration issue because it continues to haunt this council and other councils. You know, each and every year we're stuck with what are we doing? And each and every year we tend to do nothing or less. And then each and every year we tend to fall behind in terms of process. And each and every year we get into a bigger gap, and then we're trying to fix it. If it's strictly for the sake of letting the community know we're all on side, I have no issue with that. But we have to get to the consultant's report, I think. And then at that point, because, you know, when do we set the mill rate? We've got time. We'll still have adjustments. We still have the spring planning adjustment where we will be making adjustments to this budget, but we should have all the facts in front of us. I don't have it staring in front of me right now, so I couldn't support the idea that we'd make that decision today and then in 3 weeks from now, you know, get some more information. Doesn't make sense to me, so I'd stand down at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hendricks. I agree with you. I'm going to wait for the report. We had hands, but hands all dropped. Councillor Van Newkirk, some final thoughts?
Yeah, final thoughts. So, yeah, it's a good discussion. Thank you, everyone, for weighing in. You know, the intent of what I was, you know, bringing forward, I think Perry just captured in, you know, let the community know that we understand what's going on. I do think it is important for us to wait for that report. We didn't have that information come into today, and we just learned that now. So, you know, at this point, I will withdraw the motion and wait for the report to come back. And I think it will be important for us to reconsider this thought once we have more information in front of us. So thank you, everyone, for the discussion.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So therefore, we will call a halt to this discussion and clear the hands. I did get a quick message from our city clerk. For record keeping purposes, we would like members of council to type your motion into the chat bar so that it can be accurately recorded. And as we go forward for purposes of the minutes, is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I'll type mine back into it now then, Mayor.
Yeah, please, if you wouldn't mind. And then just make a little note that we do it. It'll help with record keeping. Okay, so we've been sitting for an hour. Let's do the CAO's office, and then we'll take a quick 5 to 10 minute, and then we'll continue on. So CAO's office. Anybody? Motions? Councillor Danilek.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Stewart. I just want to apologize to council. My cursor is acting kind of odd, so sometimes my hand goes up and it's not supposed to, so I'll try and be very mindful of that. I apologize for the inconvenience, sorry.
No worries. Councillor McGowan.
Yeah, just very briefly, nothing on this office piece, but just a general piece of feedback to administration here. and just wanted to share my appreciation for the additional commentary that's gone in, that goes in with the budget, with the line items in here. We talked a bit about this last year, and obviously they heard the feedback and implemented it by putting in some of the goals, the rationales, and the link to the strategic plan. So that really helped me as I was going through this, and I know it's helped some residents as well who are trying to understand what the different departments do and everything like that. So just a kudos to Mr. Dowler and team for all the extra work putting into this. It certainly made it a lot more readable. So that was all my comment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hendricks.
Your Worship, thank you. Just on the CEO office's documents, just want to confirm that the contract extensions that Council has accepted has been implemented into these documents.
Bill? And Mr. DeBlanco?
Yeah, I can answer that. Or Mr. Dowler, go ahead. You're the money guy, one of the money guys.
Thanks. Yes, the short answer, it is reflected in the numbers that you see in front of you today.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Nieuwkerk.
Yeah, thank you. Nothing to add on the dollars and cents side of this communication, but there was another, I think, very important piece of the document that I don't know where we'll get time to give administration some credit for or have them speak to, and that was the innovations and efficiency list that was provided on pages 8, 9, and 10 of the original document. I don't know that everyone understands what value those words on those pages have brought to the organization, have brought to Beaumont. And I did ask for the top 10 lists, so indulge me as I read the top 5 out of there. Administration had thought that the top 5 might be replacing the Let's Talk Beaumont engagement platform, and I agree that's crucial. That has changed how people communicate. Great. Cross-training of facility personnel speaks to itself. More people can do more things. Rationalization of base budget amount across the organization. I think it was a great exercise, and it's really helped streamline some things. Introduction of a purchasing clerk. I noticed everyone had some comments about that along the way, and that is going to be, as I see it, from what I know of operations, a integral role in bringing down the costs of things and making sure that alignment in purchasing is there, so you don't have 4 different groups buying the same thing. You get one group buying power associated with that role. So I think that's an integral role to have. And number 5 is the implementation of an HR system. There was also a number in here that I saw a few councillors had brought forward, and that was 130 personnel. And in an organization of the size of the city of Beaumont, people come and go, and there are seasonal staff. We had the uptick in the BSRC, and all those reasons that answered that question. But the HR system is something that takes the Excel spreadsheets out of it and puts it all into a system where you can track and do those things. So thank you everyone for indulging me with that time. I didn't know where else we would be able to talk about that, and the importance of those measures being brought forward can't be understated. So thanks to the CAO and administration for that.
I appreciate the comments that are currently being made by members of council. And I'm going to refocus this discussion back onto motions and budget amendments, and we will make time at the end for general comments on the budget and the process and the stuff you found good overall. Fair enough? I don't want to get into, let's see if we can move this along. All right, so if there are no hands up for motions in relation to the CAO's office, last chance. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you for the quick break. We will reconvene and continue on going. Oops, somehow I closed my book. All right, so we're through council in the CAO's office, corporate transactions. Page 45. Okay, seeing none. Communications and marketing, page 46. Councillor Andrews. You're still on mute, Counselor.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Just a question that may not pertain to this page, but I've got it in my want to ask today. Just on the land purchases that we've made through land in lieu of our MR, cash in lieu of MR, where does that go? And I understand it's not, say, prorated. So if we buy land or get cash in lieu of land, sorry, say 10 years ago, those dollars today are different than they were 10 years ago. Are they invested? Are we keeping up with the rate of inflation on those lands? How does that get handled?
Okay, that rolls back to corporate transactions, which is fine, but we'll open it up to Mr. DeBlanco or Mr. Dollar.
Right.
Sure. So the cash in lieu of MR is held in the municipal reserve. It gets allocated interest based on, just like every other reserve, which once again, the interest rate we receive is in excess of inflation.
Okay. So we're keeping up with the valuation of the property, no matter what year in which we decide to step in and use that cash to purchase land, that was equal to what we would have gotten in the MR equation at the time when we got it.
Yes, that'd be a fair assessment just based on the amount of investment income we make off those funds.
Good. That gives me relief. Thank you. Thanks. So,
Any further questions in corporate transactions? Communications and marketing. Page 46. Community services, page 48. Economic development, page 50. Or, sorry, Councilor Van Newkirk, are you at, which were you at? We moved pretty quick.
48, sorry. I was switching my mouse as you were flipping.
No worries. We'll hit it. That's fine. 48, community services.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarity on the community grants, 225,000. What is included in there? If administration could provide that clarity for us again, please.
Yes, sure. So there's the community grants program, and then there's the line item numbers. Sorry, I don't have it off the top of my head, but there's the Blues and Roots, there's the Beaumont and District Ag Society, the Heritage Society, as well as some other ones. It's the same number as last year that is in the budget this year.
Okay, thank you. So it's the grants program plus last year's amounts moved forward then.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Sorry, say. I'm not sure I understood that. What do you mean amounts moved forward, Councilor?
Sorry. So the community grants funding program is included in there, and then the same amounts as last year for the Heritage Society, the Blues and Roots Festival, Badass. Those items are also comprised in there. That's correct, right, Mr. Blanco?
That's correct. The allocation for community grants is made up of the same. The allocations are the same as the prior year.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I was under the impression we weren't funding BBRF their 50 for next year.
So yes, this is a short answer, but the dollar amount in that budget line is remaining the same. One area that it could be reallocated, as we remember from the spring, was there was some discussion around the food bank amount, that there was some council grants in the 2020 that got moved. So those funds could be repurposed for that reason, or however council desires. But it's keeping the line item for community grants the same. And as far as specifics on the program and how it's being allocated, I'd refer questions to Mr. Suter.
No, we don't need to get into the mechanics of the program and how it works.
Sure.
Councilor Danlett?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, this question was on my mind this morning, was with the Blues and Roots Festival and the $50,000 annual contribution the city makes to that festival. We did make the contribution in 2020 and they cashed the check, as the saying goes, and they have the money. And as we know, we have deferred that 50,000 to next year because they didn't have a festival this year, which is fine. So in my mind, and I'm not an accountant, so please bear with me, the 225,000 we've allocated for 2021 assumes a contribution of 50,000 in 2021, which we won't be doing. So why wouldn't the 225 be reduced by 50,000? Because they have the money now. They're going to hold it to next year's festival. So it may just be an accounting thing, but to me, that 225 should be reduced because we won't be spending another 50,000 on Blues and Roots in 2021. So in my estimation, again, there could be a kind reason for it, but I don't understand why the 225 is not reduced by 50,000, only because money this year is being held over to next year. It's a unique circumstance. I understand that, but I'll get clarification why it's not being reduced by 50,000, please.
Mr. Dollar or Mr. Blanco?
I'll maybe take a shot at it first, and then Curtis or Mr. Blanco can fill in any blanks I may have missed. So strictly speaking, from a budget standpoint, if you think about the 225 as a program of community grants, you want to keep that consistent from one year to the next. Otherwise, you're potentially artificially impacting the tax levy increase by either reducing it or increasing it. And if there is an expectation from council to continue to fund community grants to the level of 225 from one year to the next, decreasing it in 21 because of the Blues and Roots can absolutely be done if council so chooses. However, if the intention for 2022 is to provide that $50,000 back to Blues and Roots, you're going to have to, or the next council will have to increase that line item for the 2022 budget, which would then cause an increase to the tax levy. So with a budget, you want to flatline things as much as possible to fund your ongoing operations. And so again, if it's a one-year situation, understand that we may not be providing Blues and Roots $50,000. There is an opportunity for council to look at funding other things within the community grants envelope for 2021 on a one-time basis to allocate those dollars in a different way than typically would have been done if Blues and Roots were to receive the $50,000. Again, there's some options, I think, for council to consider.
Okay, if I may, as a follow-up, Mayor Stewart. So I guess I understand what you're saying, Mr. Dollar, in terms of the allocation is 225 for the year of 2021. I understand the mechanics of that. So in a sense, if you may bear with me for a moment, and on December 31st, 2021, we'll spend the 175,000 in grants, may not spend the 50, right? So it'll be essentially a surplus of 50 on December 31st in my rudimentary example, right? Because we're not spending it. It's still allocated, but not spent because we've already given the money this year. I guess it would be easier had they given us the money back this year. It would have been so much easier in a way to look at this, but I know what you're saying. The 225 is allocated. We may not spend all of it. I understand that part, but just part of it is the 50,000. We know we're not going to spend it anyhow. So I don't want to berate this point too much, but I'm just in my head around the accounting part of it that we need to allocate the 225. I understand that. So in theory, if we don't spend the 50, which we're not going to do because we've already given the money, there'll be a surplus of 50,000 in the community grants by December 31st, effectively.
I would suggest, go ahead, Mr. Dollar, and then I got a comment.
No, effectively, that is correct, Councillor Daniluk. If everything stays as is, then there would be a $50,000 surplus within that line item at the end of next year.
Okay.
But I would suggest that it will probably get spent because we could add it to the community grant funding envelope. We could add it to the food bank. It gives us some flexibility to help more community groups in our community. So I
agree with that comment. Yeah, I agree with that. We could use it elsewhere. I get that. But on a pure line by line exchange, it really shouldn't, it won't be spent for Blues and Roots, which is what it's allocated for. That's kind of my point, right? We've already got money for them next year. So, okay, if council's okay, the 225 as is, and I'm fine with it. I want to get it clarified that there could be a surplus in the community grants if we choose not to allocate it elsewhere.
Well, if we're going to talk about reducing this line item, and so far I haven't heard a motion yet. And so we're going to get back to a motion if we're going to continue this discussion. If we should be doing it in the context of this is a permanent funding reduction to the envelope as a whole, not a one-timer.
Yeah, I'm not in favor
So,
of that. It's not my intention at all. So
Is there a member of
not
council
make a motion on this issue.
Sorry, you're not. Yeah, that's.
I'm not in favor of that
Remember-
suggestion at all. It's not my intention here. So I'm not going to make a motion and waste any more of council's valuable time. Thank you.
Yeah, if we're not gonna change, if nobody's, is there, I see 5 hands are up. Is anybody prepared to make a motion on this line item? Still see 4 hands up. So Councillor Hendricks?
Your worship, thank you. I take us back to the Blues and Roots Festival update that we received just the other day. Having watched and listened to and read that package, I wonder if Mr. Dollar could walk us through the cash flow between that package and what we're doing today, because my understanding is there's a gap here.
So my understanding from what Blues and Roots presented earlier this week was a request of council in 2021 of an additional $20,000. And so as Councillor Daniluk did point out, we provided the $50,000 grant to them in 2020 with the expectation that they wouldn't come forward to council and ask for any additional funds in 21. Through the presentation that council heard on Tuesday, there's some extenuating circumstances that have allowed, or sorry, have put Blues and Roots into a position of asking council for an additional $20,000 in 2021. I think that is now in front of council to consider. And again, if somebody wishes to put forward a motion, that could be done. And if council was in favor of providing the $20,000, I would suggest it wouldn't have an impact on the overall tax levy increase, because you could fund it from your $225,000 community grant envelope that currently exists within the budget.
Yeah, so my understanding was that they had a paying threshold of $20,000 as a result of the COVID package. And as a result of what they had to do to make all these adjustments to do the carry forward to this year. So I thought the Blues and Roots group was bringing that to council on Tuesday so that we could discuss today a $20,000 ask. And does that belong in this line item? It sounds like it does. Then perhaps that's a motion we need to put on the floor, up or down. We owe it to them to at least have that debate and make a decision.
That does belong in this line item. Require a member of council to make that motion.
And so I'll make the motion to get it on the floor, and let's see where it goes.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to approve a $20,000 increase to the or $20,000 grant to the Beaumont Blues and Roots Festival in 2021. No impact on the tax. As a note, no impact on the tax, and it would be funded out of the current line item. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Barnhart.
Just to clarify, I'm in support of the motion, but it's not 20,000 in addition to the 50,000 in 2021, is it? It's 20,000 instead of 50?
It's 20,000 in addition to the 20, or in addition to the 50 they received in 2020.
In
So
20,
it's
right.
20 instead of 50.
Why, well, my question is, why do we have to vote on that if it's already in that package?
It's not.
Because it's not. There's 50 that's in that
50's in
line
there.
item. It's not currently, but that 50 is not currently allocated towards the Beaumont Blues and Roots. It's just sitting, it's allocated to community grants. So if you want to specifically allocate 20 of it to the Beaumont Blues and Roots, we need to carry this.
Well, I support it, but it seems a little weird because we're not voting about the other ones. I'm not
Well,
sure.
because we're not voting on the other ones unless a member of council makes a motion to adjust what's already in the budget. And what we're doing is making a motion to
Okay,
adjust
so
what's already.
that will in effect save us $30,000?
Yes and no. We're not spending $30,000. That 50 that was allocated to the Beaumont Blues and Roots is currently just allocated to community grants. There's zero right now allocated to Blues and Roots.
So the motion is to leave it there, and I'm okay with that. Okay.
Yes, the motion is to give them 20 out of that line item.
Yeah, that's why I asked, Your Worship, that's why I asked for Mr. Dollar if he could give us a cash flow on this, just to explain it clearly.
Okay. Councillor Van Newkirk, followed by Councillor Muncaw-Swain.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hendricks, for getting this onto the floor to chat about. And I think there has been a lot of extraneous and extraneous circumstances for a lot of groups this year. The Blues and Roots Festival is important to Beaumont, and I would support the extra 20,000 back to the group. I agree that the counting is a little bit fuzzy here. You know, we had them have 50 in before, and then there's 50 here. But I think it's prudent for us to be very clear that the additional 20 is allocated to them out of this budget to respond to their ask that we just heard recently. So I think that's what Councillor Hendricks was saying as well. So thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Danlock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. I'm not in favor of supporting the motion of 20,000 because I support Blues and Roots Festival, and I always the good things about it. It is a nonprofit, as many other nonprofits are in Beaumont as well, and they've all had a difficult year as well too. And I'm concerned that if we grant 20,000 to the Blues and Roots Festival because they've had a challenging year, which I'm not disputing they didn't have a challenging year, then other nonprofits such as Painted Door or the Badass group of people who do very good work for our community, they could come to us and say, well, you know, we do need a little more money. Can you come to us first as a paying source? And I have a difficulty from that perspective that we're setting an example and a precedent, I believe, to give an additional 20,000 based on the information we got given to us on Tuesday. They had a difficult fiscal year, as many nonprofits have, and charities in general. So I'm hesitant. I'm uncomfortable giving an extra 20,000 for that basic reason. We are a sponsor of the Blues and Roots Festival for 50,000 a year. We aren't a partner. We don't tell them how to run their program or how to do their good work that they do. We simply provide 50,000, and that's what we do. So I'm not comfortable supporting on the 20,000 a grant to support them because they've had a bad year. And I'm not saying it's unfortunate, yes, but other nonprofits are in the same boat that they're in, and they would have every right to come to us and say, well, we need 1,000 or 2,000 or 3 or 4 because we've had a difficult year too. And they're within our municipality of Beaumont, being other nonprofits. So that is my concern. Thank you very much.
Councillor Muncaw-Swain, before your computer decided to do funny things to you, you had your hand up. Do you still wish to speak to this or no?
I do, yeah. And can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, your guys' screens are frozen, but I'll just pretend that you're all looking engaged. So in short, I find it funny, and maybe funny is the wrong word, but every year we have this conversation. You know, we put it as a permanent line item in the budget for a reason. You know, we're not going through and having this conversation about other things in our community. You know, you look at the other programs that we as a city subsidize, and no one's up here making motions about taking any funding away from them. So I just think it's ridiculous that we're having this conversation every year. I support the motion that's in there. The way I look at it from a cash flow perspective, we've given them 70 grand over 2 years. And you know, they were able to pull off an awesome event last year. Got some great recognition for that. So to me, like it's frustrating that we're here again. I get that they came and asked for the money, so we have to have the piece. So I appreciate Councillor Hendricks putting it on front. But these guys, they do a great job for our city, and I think we should be supporting them and not going through this this every year with them. We don't do it to other community groups. So I'm supportive of the motion.
Councillor Hendricks for final comments on the motion as the mover, and then we'll call the vote.
Right, and of course, the history behind Blues and Roots is they used to be part of the Community Events Committee, if the Promotions Committee, and over time got so big that they got to be a standalone. So good on that group for having done what they've done. We've had a unique situation fiscally. He's made it clear as to what this does to them, and it does punish them. The COVID package has punished them significantly in order to maintain their operations there. So I'm in favor of giving them a lifeline, giving them a hand, and so that they can operate next year. Yep.
Call the question. All in favor? That carries 6-1. Councillor Danlick opposed. Everybody else in favor. Sorry, I just got to make a quick note here. Okay. Where were we?
Mayor, can I ask a process question?
Sure.
So we have community grants in this budget, and we have a family services line item of community grants. You mentioned food bank, and I was going to make a motion. I think you've seen my preliminary motion to be adding a relief fund for community organizations, and I had included food bank in there. Do you want me to deal with that at the family services budget time or now?
I'm going to check with Mr. DeBlanco, but I believe that going off past history, the food bank grant comes out of the FCS line item, not this one.
I think you're right.
There is certainly an amount in the FCSS budget. Miss Willison can chime in on that if I'm off base. There was also a line item in council's budget to allocate, and that was from before, that was eliminated last year, then moved to community services. So.
Okay, so it's, yeah, that one currently resides at community services. That's all.
Can I just provide some clarification, Your Worship? It's a little bit complex the way the food bank grant works. Under the FCSS mandate, FCSS cannot provide for the provision of food. FCSS's community grant to the food bank is to support them in volunteer support, training, that type of thing. That's what our mandate permits us to do. The additional $10,000 that council has given them in previous years has actually come out of the council budget, as Curtis has just mentioned.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out where we want to debate this. Where's that extra money to buy food and things coming out of? Which line item? So we put it in the right department.
So as of right now, it'd be in the community grants 225.
Okay. So if you're looking to increase granting to the food bank, this is your spot, Councillor.
Mayor, I was looking at setting up a relief fund for organizations, including the food bank, to apply for based on what's happening with additional need in the community as a result of COVID. So following up on some of the conversations we had yesterday with Ms. Williston around the request she made to the province that was denied. And I believe she said 20,000, and I was looking for a grant pot of a relief pot of 40,000.
Okay, tell you what, because that's a whole envelope thing, we'll deal with it at the FCSS portion when we get to FCSS.
Including the food bank.
We'll let Curtis figure out how it works in the end.
Okay, fine.
From an accounting perspective. Okay, so before we move it on.
Mayor, sorry.
Yes. Question?
Yeah, Councillor Van Newkirk here. So, so I had a motion that I wanted to put on the floor and debate around increasing the annual contribution on a one-time basis to the food bank. So are you saying do that now or do that at FCSS?
Nope. If now it's in community grants, so now is your shot.
Okay.
For that one, according.
Okay, sorry, I had this note written on my FCSS page. So sorry, let me back up. Mr. DeBlanco, what is the annual contribution to the food bank right now?
So I'd have to double check, but I believe not including the FCSS contribution, it's $10,000.
Yeah, that's what I had as well. So, so I'll put a motion forward to increase the annual allocation to the food bank from the city of Beaumont by $5,000 on a one-time basis.
Okay. I think we've heard enough discussion on why. Discussion on the motion. Can I just get members of council to clear their vote from the last one? Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor, call the question. 1, 2, 3. Councilor Margolis-Swain, there we go. That carries unanimously. Still in community services, I think. Any further motions in community services? Okay, seeing none, economic development. Okay, seeing no request to speak. Family services. I know we got a motion here, we just discussed it. So we'll go to Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you very much. That came awfully fast. Okay. So I'll make the motion and then could speak to it. That City Council establish a relief fund to extend assistance in the form of conditional grants to nonprofit organizations whose mandate is to assist residents of Beaumont with mental health addictions, food security, job search, and family violence. And I had suggested the source of funding to be 2020 surplus. And by way of expressing the amount that I'm looking for here, I would like to see a pot of about $35,000 to $40,000. I'm going to say 35 based on Councillor Van Nieuwkerk's motion to increase the food bank already. And that money would be available through an FCSS funding process on a one-time basis.
Okay, so you're not going to include. I'm just clarifying what we're about to discuss. You're looking for this pot of money to fund. Sorry, walk me through it again. I think I get it, but I'm just not.
So in support of those that have been affected negatively by COVID and this time, mental health, addictions, food security, job search, family violence, additional counseling, the area of preventive social services that currently are not able to be supported provincially. And I know that Ms. Williston can speak more eloquently than I can about what was in her proposal to the provincial government. But I do think that it's an area that our residents are going to need support with. And I think our nonprofit organizations are in the best place to help them.
Okay, so we'll let Ms. Williston speak to some more of the background, and then we'll open it up for comments from members of council.
Okay, Your Worship, through to Councillor Barnhart. So there was, I mentioned this yesterday, there was a provincial grant that was administered through the Ministry of Community and Support Services. That was a $30 million grant. That was the grant that community groups, nonprofit groups could apply to on a one-time basis for funding to support communities as a result of COVID. So funding went to the food bank, funding went to Rise Up Ministries to support domestic violence, funding also went to Eaglemont Church, funding went to food bank, Eaglemont Church, and there were a couple of small nonprofit groups. So that was a one-time funding. As a municipality, we did put in for funding. We put in for $10,000. We had an exemption as FCSS, so we were permitted to put in under an exemption to our act for funding for the food bank. We put in for $10,000. That $10,000 was provided to the food bank, and they in turn provided us with gift cards to support our residents. So that was distributed this spring. That was on a one-time only. We could not apply for monies for the food bank. That was a complete exception for the FCSS under the Act. Since that time, another funding stream came up, Alberta Health Services Mental Health and Addiction, for mental health supports for residents across the province. That was the grant that we submitted for $20,000. As I had mentioned previously, we were unsuccessful in that submission. Therefore, we did not get the $20,000 that we felt that would be certainly extremely helpful given the increase in calls for service for mental health. As a result of not receiving that money, we've pivoted, we've reallocated dollars within our existing budget, and we have been able to meet the needs. We've been creative, we've been innovative out of necessity to meet those needs. So our residents certainly aren't falling through the gaps. However, 2021 is upon us. The province have not announced any increase to either A, FCSS funding, or B, to any additional COVID grants to support our communities. So based on the, I guess, the ask of Councillor Barnhart, there are certainly probably groups in our community that probably would benefit from such a grant, a one-time grant, could be administered through our department with the exception of the food bank and the food security piece. So there certainly is an option for us to look at holding that community grant on a one-time basis, given the issues that we're dealing with. So certainly leave that up to council to make that decision. But I think we would have non-profit groups that would be interested in applying for funding as we proceed through into 2021.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard, is it possible to get you to type that into the chat box, the motion?
Certainly can. It's a long one,
Thank you.
so I'll be distracted if you ask me any other questions.
We'll give you a couple of seconds. But just for clarification, this is a one-time funded from our year-end surplus, if any.
That's right.
Okay. Answer that, Mike. Mr. Dowler. I'm having a rough go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make one suggestion on the motion, however slight it is. Recognizing that, we are forecasting a 2020 surplus. The reality is we actually don't have the books closed. And so we are not certain that there will be a surplus. So I would suggest that the funding for the dollars come from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
I'd be okay with that change.
I'll amend that motion. Discussion on the motion, Councillor McGuff-Swain.
Thank you, Worship, and I appreciate Councillor Barnhart bringing this forward. I guess I'm curious as to, and I'm not challenging the need, but I'm curious as to why this wasn't brought forward as part of the Family Services overall budget. Why is this a motion from a councillor? If there is a need for it, I would have thought it would have been included in the budget. Am I maybe from Ms. Williston, if you could speak to that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor McGuff-Swain. We didn't include it in the budget because our goal was to present a zero increase budget. And so in doing so, we were looking at how we would be creative and looking at our capacity internally to deliver those services. However, the uncertainty and the unpredictability of COVID, it's challenging. We have finite staff to deliver these services. And so it's that balance of, fiscally, what do we bring forward, because we want 0%, but we certainly see the need is there. So I think we were just trying to be really cognizant of where we are at financially in the province, and trying to sort of be creative internally. So I think really that was the reason why.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate that. I think this goes back to what I said right on the start of day one, that I want to look at what is needed for Beaumont's residents, and then figure out where we go, right? And so clearly this is a program that FCSS thinks is valuable, and there's a need for it for the community. And because we were asking you, I'm not, you were given direction. I'm not challenging on that, but because you were given direction, that now we're going kind of a different process to get to it, right? I would, and again, we're just here, so this is why I'm talking about it. But I would rather lay out what we think we need to help our residents and to run the city that we want, and then figure out where it comes from there. So that's just a general comment. The question that I had, so now that it's coming from the financial, I'm not going to read that. It's come from the reserve.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're typing quickly. So impact to the tax levy is 0 because it's coming from a reserve. Again, I'll caution us on that, but just to clarify that, Mr. Dowler.
That is correct, Councillor Monkoff-Swain. And I guess just a bit of the rationale on the reserve funding in this particular case, because it is one time, it would be an appropriate use of reserve dollars.
Okay. Yeah, and so to speak to the motion itself, I'm certainly supportive of this. I think, I'm disappointed that we weren't able to get the grant from the province, and certainly this seems very, very low. And I think if we looked at overall the value that we should be providing to our residents, this is something that I think we could take a better look at. I think Councillor Van Newkirk asked a question maybe a couple of weeks back about wanting to get a bit more understanding about FCSS, and because we know the value that you guys bring, but I personally struggle because I don't know it well enough, your area, and so I think this is something I'd love us to see invest more in our residents. So for now, I'll be supporting this motion, but going forward, I'd love to explore this a lot more down the road. So thank you.
Councillor Danlick, followed by Councillor Hendricks.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do support the motion. My initial concern was the idea of using the 2020 surplus before we actually have declared a surplus, which I thought was going to be difficult to do from an accounting perspective. But I'm glad we've amended the motion to use the Financial Stabilization Fund, a reserve, pardon me. So having said that, Mr. Dollar, should the motion pass, what is left in the Financial Stabilization Reserve after this allocation is made from it, please?
Sorry, Councillor Danlick, I'm just trying to flip to find the right page. But it was
I couldn't find it either. I figured you'd know off the top of your head.
Sorry, I'm not that good.
That's okay. There's lots of pages, I know.
It would be in the millions, though.
Okay, so that's good enough. If it's in the millions, that's answering my question. I'm not too concerned then in the bigger picture. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further request to speak, call the question. All those in favor? Sorry, my mouse is in the way. That carries unanimously. Any more motions in FCSS? Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I wanted to have a conversation around the childcare fees. So the motion that I'm going to put forward, that I'll post in the chat for everyone to read, is that we direct administration to limit the increase of childcare fees from the proposed 10% to 3%. That's the motion. Do you mind if I speak to it?
Yep, please provide your reasoning.
So recognizing that we had this conversation not too long ago, and all the challenges that went with that, I'm not, well, I'm pretty confident that most folks who use that service are not aware that a potential 10% could be coming at them. We left that meeting in, I want to say January-ish, maybe April, I can't recall, but where we had a goal towards getting it. So I think there's more of a, I think I personally need more of an update from administration on how we're working towards getting that. One of the conversations that I had at the time was I don't want to just put this all on the back of the parents. And so we directed administration to think about it, come up with some strategies around how we could get there. And from when I look at this, what I see here is that we're just adding, instead of the traditional 3%, which was one of my written questions, we've now bumped that to 10%. So I think it's, again, we talk about COVID and we're worried about mental health, and we're providing 20K in the right areas. We've got our parents who are using the service, and we're looking at increasing it 10% for them. I think that is a massive hit. And just speaking from a guy who's struggling with childcare right now, I'd hate to outprice this, and particularly in this time. So I'll leave it there, and looking forward to hearing other comments or questions.
Yeah, I see the CAO wishes to speak. We'll let him go first before other members of admin.
Sure, I was just going to weigh in, and Kim, you can correct me when I'm wrong here, just to talk about our efforts to get to the 90-10 or to the 100%. We don't have a timeline on that, and that's probably a good thing, because we've only got two levers, and you know that, and one is fees, and the other is wages. So we're bound by law, childcare rules, that we have to have the same X number of staff per children. We struggled this year with obviously with COVID and some of the restrictions, not being able to run full staff. So the other option with staff is through attrition, as people leave, and then we hire people at the lower rates. So this was an effort to move towards that goal. Certainly it's not our intention to keep bumping wages up every 10%. But if we go back down to 3%, provided council's patient to understand it's going to take us a while to get to that 90-10, then that fits all around as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly, and that was my point. I mean, we just had some good conversations about a challenging year for Blues and Roots and all these different other things. This, to me, again, is extenuating circumstances where I think if we just throw 10% because of a policy we looked at pre-COVID, the impact of increasing childcare fees by 10% could have drastic impacts on our residents. So I personally am willing to give administration more time to get to where we're looking to go as part of that policy. So thanks for the clarification.
Okay, we're going to let other councillors weigh in. Councillor Hendricks.
Your Worship, just for clarity, the childcare, is it charged a lease or rental rate?
In terms of?
For the space. Is it on the books? There was documents I saw some years ago that was about $43,000 a year. Is that in the current numbers today?
To Councillor Hendricks, the rent of the lease is on the books, but that's excluded from the 80-20 percentage.
Okay, so it's not in the costs associated with the 80-20.
No, per the bylaw, the policy, it is not.
Okay, thank you.
It's excluded. It's excluded in that.
Okay, just looking for nuggets, and if that was one of them, that would be a good one. So thank you.
Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and coming out of the childcare discussion, I in fact made the motion for administration to look at the case for the childcare, and I guess the word for me, as this year has progressed, has been patience, and awaiting the on paper business case from administration to see how they can do this in a staged manner. So I would be willing to continue with that patience and let administration get the business case together and get through some of these challenging times here. There's been a lot of asks of the childcare right through the pandemic, so nothing has been normal, and I haven't pushed because I know that. So anyways, I'm looking forward to that notice of motion business case coming back to us at a later date when it can be more organized thought and some tactful lever pulling suggested. So thank you. I'm happy to support the 3% instead of 10.
Okay, just for clarification, this is going to have an impact on the tax rate. So while I let Councillor Danilek speak, can we get the impact, what that impact is going to be? Because we're now cut the revenues. Councillor Danilek? Sorry, Curtis. I was giving you a little time to do the calculation, but if you're ready to go, then you're still on mute. Councillor Danilek?
I'll wait for Curtis, please. I can wait for Curtis, not a problem if he's fairly quick. If he feels to be quick, is what I meant, sorry.
I can probably provide an estimate in a couple minutes, but it's, once again, that would be an estimate. So.
Yeah, just looking for a ballparker.
Okay, I'll go ahead then, if you don't mind, Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. I was very supportive of Councillor Van Nieuwkerk's motion back in January to have the business case done. And I do agree completely that this year has been a bizarre year for so many ways in terms of staffing for the early learning childcare center and the so on. So although I do want us to get to the 90-10 in a reasonable time frame, I think this year has got us off the rails through no one's intention. And I would prefer higher than 3% from the overall budget perspective and policy perspective. But given the circumstance of this year, I'm comfortable supporting the 3%. It's fair to our parents as well too. But I would like to see us working, if we're getting back to a normal year in 2021, having the business case back to us sometime in the early spring or early summer in terms of for next year's budget rather than coming at the last minute. I'm not suggesting last minute Ms. Williston in a negative way, just from that business plan perspective. So I'm prepared to support 3% for those reasons. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to throw some points of clarification out for members of council because I remember what went on in the past differently. When we left the childcare conversation, we had left administration with the direction to, over time, no specific time frame, to bring it to 100% cost recovery. Administration was not directed to bring back that business case, but to bring back updates over time as to how they were working towards that. Did I mishear? Did I remember it wrong? Because I think that's what, because I think, and Mike is going to have to correct me here, are you working under the same assumptions that I'm working under, or are we working under different ones? Because we may have to have an offline conversation to bring this back into focus. Or sorry, not an offline conversation of the committee of the whole to bring this back into focus.
Your Worship, I have what was moved in the meeting, and the move was Councillor Van Nieuwkerk direct administration to develop a business plan model to look at eliminating the early learning childcare subsidy, and that was carried unanimously.
And so that's the indication of bring it back to 100%, but no time frame, no request for a business case.
No time frame given that I recall.
So we're gonna table that discussion and what that notice of motion means until the committee of the whole, because I don't want to waste time on budget with that specifically, and we'll just focus on this.
Can we read that notice of motion again, please, Ms. Williston?
Okay, so moved Councillor Van Nieuwkerk that council direct administration to develop a business plan model to look at eliminating the early learning childcare subsidy, and carried unanimously.
Mayor, can I speak to that?
I'd rather move that discussion to a committee of the whole, because right now we're just focusing on what the childcare fee increase could be. I don't want to bog down with what was intended, what was at the time, because honestly, it's not really germane to this conversation today, I don't think.
Let's have a vote.
We're gonna table that one to the committee of the whole meeting. So on the fee increase, does Mr. Blanco, did you have a chance to do that that conversation?
Yes, so the impact of reducing it from a 10% increase to a 3% increase is approximately 59,600.
Which
60K,
would go on the tax.
which is around a 0.3% tax increase.
Throw it on the spreadsheet and we'll look at it later. Are we ready to call the vote? Because I don't want to have a childcare discussion today. I just want to talk about fees. Seeing no further, Councillor Van Newkirk? Nope, seeing no further requests to speak, call the vote. And that carries unanimously. Further motions in FCSS. Councillor Hendricks.
Your worship, mine's more a question while we've got Mrs. Wilston online. The question was somewhat answered in the questioning portion of our process here. Regarding the safe room, seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding about the question. Back in the day, the RCMP asked us to create a room somewhere in the community where they can bring family, others who may be involved in domestic violence, that sort of thing, to a safe place so that they could, at least for a few hours, be somewhere until they can get reestablished somewhere else. That room used to be, in the old town office / library, now / the teen center. Is there still a need for that? What's happened to that? I know we spent money on it. Just like to know where we're at with that. And I know that other communities have, let's call them safe houses, where the RCMP can bring people. But what do we have here in Beaumont?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hendricks. Yeah, this is a little bit confusing for me because it predates my time here. But in going back and looking at some of the records that I was able to locate with regards to the youth centre, I guess that the point of clarification I need is, even when you're asking the question, so you mentioned domestic violence. So are we talking about a safe place for youth, or are we talking now a safe place for domestic violence? Is it a youth focus that you?
No, it was for anyone that needed to find a place immediately for whatever the reasons are for a few hours.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because that was where I was a little bit confused.
Yeah.
We currently do not have any municipal space, youth centre or otherwise, that would provide safety for somebody, for example, fleeing domestic violence, as you just mentioned. What would happen in that situation is there is a soft room in the RCMP detachment. And that soft room is traditionally where, I'm going to use the term victims, such as domestic violence, would go to that space at the RCMP detachment, because obviously it's locked down, it's protected, it is a safe place. Then victim services would provide transportation to, if it was to a shelter or to another resource. Okay. But that would be through the RCMP, and that space is the soft room. And our detachment here in Beaumont does have a soft room.
Great. Just as the historian for Beaumont, let me also state, at the time the room was in, let's call it the teen center. Let's call it the south entrance doors as you would come in through the parking lot. First right, that door in that room was used for that purpose. So just wondering what happened. So thank you. Good answer. Clears my thoughts on having to pursue this. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Last call for FCSS. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate the help today. Finance. page 54, sorry, 55. Councillor Barnhart.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't have a motion, but I'm still perplexed about one of the answers I got. Is it fair to ask that question? It's on this page.
If it's really brief, sure, we'll entertain it.
I think Mr.
Fine.
Geller or Mr. DeBlanco could answer it fairly quickly. So on page 55, it talks about discounting personnel costs at the bottom under innovation and efficiency. What I'm trying to make the connection between those numbers, which are both for 2020, and how that's affecting the 2021 budget for salaries. And is it reflected in this budget or is it overall? I'm still confused about that.
Sure. So to Councillor Barnhart, the second number is a typo. It's for 2021. So 490,300 is for 2020. 541,100 is for 2021. And that's in the budget overall, reflected in the salary budgets overall.
Okay, so we have tightened it up so that it reflects reality more. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a good way to
That's
put
already
it.
been done. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands raised for finance, moving to human resources. Councillor Newkirk.
Yeah, very slow to the draw on finance there. I was reviewing a question answer there and just wanted to confirm with Mr. DeBlanco that a motion wouldn't be required here. The increased flexibility for residents to be able to remit electronic payment into the municipality, that, from what I understand from an answer, is that increase in service is built into the budget right now. Is that correct? Or would we require a motion to give additional funds in order to make it so that people can pay electronically?
To Councillor Van Newkirk, I believe we can provide those services within the existing budget.
Okay, that's good, because right now there is an identified service gap there. So thank you.
Thank you. Human resources,
Me again.
Councillor Barnhart.
Again, I'm not sure where this motion belongs. I was going to make a motion regarding the number of FTEs across the entire organization. Do you want that here or do you want that at the end?
No, this would be human resources.
This
That's where we
is
sort of
what
set
you want?
that.
Okay. So the motion would read that City Council direct the administration to maintain the existing number of FTEs and not add any new non-essential positions in 2021. For example, parks operators, and I believe there was a health and safety specialist.
So you're okay, hang on. Let's clarify this. So you don't want to hire the 2 operators or the health and safety specialist?
Correct.
Then you should make those specific motions, I think from a process perspective, in those particular operational areas. Because I'm not quite sure what you're driving at here.
I'm driving at status quo, not increasing our staff complement this year. Understanding that that's a hardship, I know. But I still feel that that is increasing our costs and will continue to increase our costs because we are growing. I understand that. But to come anywhere close to a 0% increase, we're going to have to affect staff.
Okay, let's let the CAO weigh in on this one here, because this affects how, and talk about how budget and wages and things are being handled.
Yes, as you'll notice, there's 2 specific asks in the budget for FTEs. Those are in there for a reason. Council can then weigh in on each of those FTEs, but for council to pass a motion to limit the amount of FTEs that we have in our organization, that's not council's area of authority. That's mine. If you would like to freeze the wage envelope or do anything else to that, then that's entirely up to council.
Because yeah, I think that because we can affect the policy in the budget. So
Could I
I would
make
hate
a,
to tie. Yeah, go. I would hate to tie. I would hate to tie administration's hands to be able to to hire and fire staff to deliver the services we want. So, Councillor Barnhart, you wanted to make an amendment to?
What I heard is we can still deal with those positions when they come up. So in effect, council does have the ability to limit the number of FTEs, Mr. Schwartz. And I'm not saying, I said, for example, those positions, because it's a principle or direction that I was hoping that council would look at. And if it's an essential position, by all means, I think that's the administration should make that case. But in order to achieve anywhere close to that 0%, I don't know how we're going to do it without affecting our personnel budget.
No, and that's fair, but the way your motion came across, and you're right, we have specifically asked you for 2 FTEs. We could have done this a different way, but to be fully transparent, we want to say, here's what we want to add, which effectively is going to increase the wage envelope by this much and give you some descriptor. And yes, the ability to say yes or no to those 2 specific positions. As far as the wage envelope is concerned, my point there is that if that's how you want to get to 0, and there are a number of ways we can get to 0, we just haven't had that conversation yet, then you're welcome to freeze that wage envelope, and then it's up to us to figure out how we manage the FTEs and get to 0 and all of those things. I think we're both going in the same direction.
So your suggestion is not to word it this way and to withdraw this motion?
That would be my suggestion. And then when we get to the FTEs in those sections, which I think one of them is in this section, that you make the motion to not hire that person. I know it's confusing, and going forward, I don't think I'll add a specific position in a budget and just put a description on why the wage envelope increased. So it puts you at a disadvantage as well.
Okay. Mayor, I think then I will withdraw the motion the way it's worded.
Okay. We'll go from there. Sorry, I'm just.
Can we just get a quick pause? Can we get a page reference for where those 2 positions are? I'm frantically going back and forward, but I can't.
Well, one's late. Yeah, it's page 59.
Because we kind of skipped over them, right? We started on page 22. I thought they were a bit earlier than that, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, no, they're carried it like there was the overall, but they're carried in the departmental budgets as well. So they're double. So one of them is in the human resources category.
I see. So they're on page we got the procurement clerk on 18, the health and safety advisor on 19. But they actually, and because then you've got the firefighters, the FTEs, which are unfunded on 20. So just a little confusing because if anyone wanted to talk about the procurement clerk, for example, under finance, then did we miss that opportunity? Same thing again, like I know we're now at the human resources piece. So on page 18, there's the procurement clerk, right? Page 19 talks about the health and safety advisor. So as what Mike said, is he put the information out in front of us, but it's hard to see it when we actually go through department by department. I personally don't have an issue with the positions. I think, if they weren't critical, then Mike wouldn't be asking for them, is my 2 cents. We're growing as an organization, and but I just want to make sure that Councillor Barnhart has their opportunity to get those motions across, because they don't naturally come up in this section because we started today on page 22, and these show up on earlier pages.
Yes and no. Where do you want to go with this, Councillor?
If I may, the 2 parks positions do come up under operations.
Yep, they do.
And
advisor comes up under human resources.
Yes, so we're at human resources now. So I guess to Councillor Muckhoff-Swain's point, I should raise that and see if council wants to proceed with that position. Is that correct?
You can. Although, yeah, you can make that motion, but I gotta be honest with you, I struggle giving a thumbs up or down on specific positions.
And that's because of what Mr. Schwartz has said.
That's because we need to give him the latitude to be able to, like, if we want to freeze, like, if what's proposed to be budgeted for salaries and wages in 2021 is all we're going to, and that includes these new positions, is what we're prepared to do, then I say we freeze it and then give our administration the latitude and ability to deploy those resources. Having said that, I think the intent, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, is I don't think they're going to exceed that envelope. I think that's naturally built into what they're trying to do here.
It is.
I
Sorry,
think
from a
my
number.
hands are tied right now. So what is it we can do?
Well, you can make the motion to freeze the envelope, reduce the envelope. You can eliminate the positions. I'm just saying some of it's, and we'll live with the fallout, but some of it's not good. And we'll have the discussion around whether it's good policy or not to do that.
Valor,
Councilor Hendricks or Mike?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can make one suggestion in terms of trying to assist Councillor Barnhart maybe achieve what I believe she's trying to achieve. If we look at the health and safety position advisor, the cost associated with that position is $64,700. The motion could be that the salary and wages budget for 2021 be reduced by $64,700.
And then I'm leaving it up to Mr. Schwartz to determine where that comes from. Is essentially what you're
That's
saying.
correct. Yes.
Well, if he still wants to hire that position, then he's got to find it within his existing wage envelope. So.
And if I was looking at that plus the 2 parks operators, I had done the math, but now I can't find it in my book. That's another additional $100,000 or $150,000. So like I am striving to get to that $314,000 figure of the increase.
It's 162,200 for the
Thank
2
you.
parks operators. Plus, did we say 67 for the?
If that's the way you're trying to do it, there is a way that
64,
it's been floated out there. We have requested an additional RCMP officer that's funded. We don't really need that additional RCMP. We don't really need that additional RCMP officer because we do have one of the safest communities. Our detachment is currently full. We don't fund that position, and then when we hit the transit, we continue the subsidy out of the stabilization reserve, and that gets us to 0. Except now we got to find another $64,000 for the childcare. So
how do we get to that? Do I come up with a number and say that the HR budget should be reduced by that amount? Is that the motion that you're looking for?
I would, Mr. Dowler.
Sorry, Mayor Stewart, just to jump in here, I think the motion, I would even make it more broad, to be honest, Councillor Barnhart. The intent is to reduce or to contribute to a reduction of an overall tax increase. Again, I would stick to phrasing the motion around the salary and wage budget for 2021. So not necessarily specific to any one individual department,
Right.
But overall corporate wide.
And by a figure of, I had picked 314,000, but that was based on other potential savings throughout the document. Do I need to put a dollar figure of 300,000 in there? Is that sufficient?
It could be sufficient. My other recommendation, though, would be to possibly wait to the end and go through the rest of the conversations that are out there around additions or deletions to the budget in specific departments. And when you get to the end and Mr. DeBlanco is able to provide an overall view of where the tax levy increase is, that's when you can look at putting some broader motions on the table that would possibly achieve what council would like to achieve with an overall tax levy increase.
I think,
I
think that's the
Sorry, one of which would be impacting the salary budget. possible.
challenge is we were going budget by budget and department by department. So I don't want to assume that this has been approved and then later on say it's not approved. Yeah, I'm okay if we all play by the same rules, but
Yeah, no, it's a good conversation to have, and I'm glad you brought it up here. And through conversation, I think we've determined that if we're going to make broad sweeping to the wage envelopes of the whole organization, I think those are better off done at the end. But let's see where we get to with specific. I think Mr. Dollar's got a great idea. Let's see where we get to with specific regulations and go. And Councillor Van Niekerk has been waiting patiently.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to suggest, so I have a motion that I'm going to put forward at the end of this discussion, and it's going to be around looking at the salaries and wages as an envelope. And so I can put that forward now if we want to have that discussion now. But I was, because of the way that the conversation was framed and going department by department, I was waiting until the end to have that conversation so that we could have a really good look at all the departmental needs. We could understand the ups and downs, what's been put forward, what hasn't. And, that was going to frame, I wanted to have that knowledge before I put something forward, but I'm prepared to put something forward now, but would prefer to wait until the discussion's over to see if it's still warranted, because we have a lot of decisions to make between now and then, right? So I was being patient.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Councillor Barnhart, though, did beat you to it. Councillor Hendricks?
Your worship, in the Q&A piece, I had asked multiple questions around these discussions and got what I thought was a good solid line of answers. I thought that, okay, if we're going to, for example, the procurement clerk, AHAP, why isn't there a line item for costs associated? And the answer came back that the savings will that will be generated by the procurement clerk will in turn not create any kind of a line item for cost to date. So it can be done within the budget. So that's good. Then I asked about the, let's call it the people working out in the field. And I asked if we're going to still have part-time people supplementing the full-time people. So if you get rid of the full-time guys, you're just going to end up with more of the same in terms of the part-time position. So I get that. And so this is to streamline and improve, I think, the bottom line on those positions. So I get all that. So I just want to be cognizant of the fact that, the admin has gone through it and tried to make themselves more efficient. And by making themselves more efficient, they've reduced the bottom line. But if we now state that as a result of all this, we're not going to let you get your FTE positions that you think you need to make yourself more efficient, then does that mean that we're going to go back to where we were, which is potentially multiple part-time positions just to maintain our current service level? I don't know. So that's the question I'd ask our admin. So.
Okay, and they're valuable questions, and because we're going to table this conversation to the end of operations, it'll give everybody some time to think about this.
Right on. Thank you.
Okay. So tabling this conversation to the end, because it affects overall budgets. Councillor Barnhart, you were the mover. Are you okay with tabling the conversation to the end?
yeah, yes, I am.
Thank you. We'll go from there. Are you okay with moving the conversation to the end of after we've been through all the departments, Councillor Van Niekerk? Keep putting your hand up.
That's 100% where I'd like to go with it. Is I'd like to see the ups and downs and in between, and then move from there. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've tipped my hand as to where I'm going. So
It's all right. It's not a secret. All right. No more in human resources. Okay. It's 2:30, an hour and a half. We'll take 10 before we get into operations because I assume that one's going to be it again. So, thank you. Take 10. So we're currently at page 60, operations, services and programs provided. I know I have a couple of motions in, I have at least one motion in here or two couple in relation to transit, but we'll open it up to members of council to make some motions in terms of operations. Okay, seeing none, I'll go first. Hang on. I'm going to move that we continue to subsidize transit from the fiscal stabilization reserves for 2021 and 2022. My reasoning behind that is we've been subsidizing that particular service heavily since it started. It will help us to bring down. It'll help us to bring down the deficit inside of our, what do you call it? Inside of, for our tax increase, as well. I'm not projecting that transit's going to start up soon, so the transfer may not be that bad. But if we continue the same subsidy status quo as we move towards the RTSC, and then we can re-examine how we pay for it and the service levels we have there as we move into new and improved services. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Daniluk.
Sorry, Your Worship, I had a hand up for a motion on transit myself from a list I presented, so I'll take my hand down for discussion, please. Sorry.
Okay. Discussion on my motion. Councillor Van Niekerk.
Can you explain that again? I wasn't following what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. We have been up to previous years when transit first started. They set up. They've been and Mr. Dollar can correct me if I'm going wrong here, but we have been subsidizing. We haven't been doing full cost recovery on our transit system from either the tax levy or user fees. We've been subsidizing it with a draw from reserves. My motion is to continue to subsidize the tax levy and the user fees revenues with a draw from reserves. Did I get that right, Mr. Dollar?
That's absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor. We have been, yes, subsidizing the full impact of transit, the cost of providing transit service with a transfer from reserve, which in the 2021 budget, based on previous council direction, did fully come onto the tax levy. And so it does make up a part of the 1.5% tax levy increase that's proposed for 21.
Thank you, Mr. Marcos-Wayne, for that page. But yeah, and so my theory is we'll continue status quo for the next 2 years, and then the new next council, as we transition to the RTSC and whatnot, and services change, can adjust it later. Councillor Van Niekerk, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good for now. I'll let others jump in, and then I'll put forward some thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no problem with continuing to take it from the reserve, but my memory is failing me. I don't remember council saying we would take it out of there. We would move it away from there and take it out of tax levy. Can you remind me when we did that?
I'm not sure it was us. It might have been previous council that set up that reserve draw. Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not sure the exact timing, and perhaps Mr. DeBlanco can help me out here, but it was a phased in approach when the decision to provide the commuter transit service was made, I believe, and phase it in over a number of years. And again, the direction was that 2020 was the final year of the reserve providing a subsidy to it. So not exactly sure when it started though, so I apologize for that.
So just to clarify, there are enough funds in the reserve to cover this?
There are, again, this would be the same reserve as previously mentioned on the motion around the additional funding for family services. there's a projected balance of just under $2.9 million. So there definitely is some dollars there.
Thank you.
Councillor McGough-Swain.
Yeah, so thanks. I might, and maybe if someone could pull up page 73 to share the screen, just so we can all see the numbers. But while someone's trying to figure that out, I just want to be clear here, Ms. Bozo-Hudak, what we've got here projected for 2021, that is based on a full year of operating transit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As in,
Yeah.
okay, and not trying to steal Councillor Danlock's thunder, he put in that motion or recommended a motion around deferring some of that. Sorry, just one more page down. Sorry, that's page 72. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, it's page 73 of the budget document. There you go. Thank you. So when I'm looking at expenses in 2020, we had $628,000 of expenses. In 2021, we've got 478,000, so a change of 150K. So I'm curious, and apologies if it's explained earlier on in the document, we shut down our transit halfway through the year. So could you just maybe explain the justification of the drop that much if we're projecting that this is a full year of transit in 2021?
The drop is based on what we were just talking about. It's the reserve transfer. We phased in the supplement of or service from the reserve. That's the difference in the number between 606 and 473. So that so what's presented at the 2021 does not show the reserve transfer.
Okay.
Do I have
that? No, that makes complete sense. Sorry for taking a while to get there. We're projecting those expenses at 628,000 for 2020. Now, obviously, we had a bit of a discussion about expenses around transit, and yes, we still need to do the odd bit of maintenance. We've still got to store it, but the day-to-day operating of them, we should see a significant reduction in that coming back and through a surplus at the end of the year, I would imagine, based on the 2020 numbers. So I guess my question is here, and maybe I'm jumping too far ahead of Bill. Should we be projecting the total spend similar to 2020 when we know that the transit isn't going to run until we kind of get this COVID pandemic piece sorted out? How do we have that conversation? Because this obviously we can either take it from reserve, and then if we don't end up spending it, then that just stays within reserve, which is where I think the mayor is trying to go here, which makes sense to me. But should we be projecting that much, I guess, is the thinking around it.
If I can answer it very similar, keeping to the theme of what we've been talking about from administration, from finance, is we're trying to maintain the year as the budget and not use COVID as an up or down within our forecasted or presented 2021 budget.
Okay, that makes sense. And then so what the mayor is suggesting is that moving that 337 or whatever the transfer now coming from reserves as opposed to the tax levy. And if the expenses for 2021 aren't what we think they're going to be, obviously our revenue is going to be significantly down as well. But if the expenses aren't there, then we, that money will then just go back into that transfer. Is that how I'm understanding that?
I'm going to let the mechanism of that go to Curtis.
Sure. So from what I believe is being tried to achieve is to have no impact on the tax levy. So looking at the screen, you'll see a change column. And then on the row which says net surplus deficit, within that change column is a delta of 188,800. So that would be the reserve transfer that would be required on the transfer from reserve line in 2021 in order to maintain the net deficit the same. So in 2020, the net deficit was 202,700. That is the amount that's being funded by the tax levy. In this proposed budget, 391,500 is being proposed funded by the tax levy. Once again, a delta of 188,800. So that would be the reserve transfer required from financial stabilization to not impact the tax levy.
Okay, so again, I'll refer back to my initial comment of not wanting to use reserves as a way to get to zero. However, I understand where the mayor is going with this one, hoping that we have the upload in 2022 in the RTSC, and we're looking at savings there. To me, this seems like a prudent way to spend or potentially not spend that. So, sorry to walk all the way around that issue, but in the end, I support the where the motion is going. Thanks for helping me through the numbers, all of you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stout.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little confused here. Oh, did I just manage to stop my video at the same time? I'm a little confused. Could you? I'm sorry, Mr. De Blanco. Could you walk me through that again? I at one point I was looking at this and wondering and thinking that we might not get a transit system running at all during 2021 because of the COVID situation, and I was started to wonder, should we just suspend it altogether and reduce all our obviously we get no revenue, and reduce all our expenses to whatever's required to maintain and store the vehicles. So hypothetically, I'm not currently proposing that. Hypothetically, if we did that, and I understand there are reasons why we might not want to, what impact does that have on the ultimately on the accounting practice here and on the tax levy, I guess is my
Sure.
ultimate concern.
So,
could you talk me through that?
Yeah. So do we want to get I can share my screen and get the document back on the screen.
Yeah, please. I've got the hard copy in front of me, but yes, I think it helps us all if we can actually see the columns of numbers.
Can we see the transit document?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So once again, I believe your question is, what is the impact on the tax levy? And I'll just reiterate the result of not running transit is not reflected in the proposed budget, where the proposed budget indicates a normal year of operations. If you can see, I don't know if you can see my cursor right now, but I'm
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So this 202,700, that is the amount that is being funded by the tax levy in 2020. So current year. Proposed budget is 391. So that's an increase of 188,800. If council's goal was to continue to phase in transit through the use of the financial stabilization reserve, it would require a reserve transfer of 188,800. Now, if we're talking about actuals here on suspending transit service, the goal would once again be to keep that surplus, the net deficit at 202,700, have it not impact the tax levy. If for whatever reason we only required say a $30,000 transfer from reserve, that would be what would be done, let's say at year end of 2021, so that the net deficit was not impacted.
Okay, I think I'm with you. So yeah, I think I understand where Mayor Stewart's trying to take us on this one. So I think I would support his motion at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Danlock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point, I have a motion coming myself on transit after we're done with yours here. But my only question is, with the regional transit system coming on board at this point projected for January 1 of 2022 for regional transit, which we're going to be a part of, your motion talks to 2021 and 2022. I'm just wondering, I think it's fine, but just to clarify, do we have to have your motion include 2022 as well, or just 2021 because the Transit Commission kicks in on January 1? I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. I'm just wondering if it's necessary to incorporate 2022 in your motion with the RTC coming on Jan 1 of 2022.
Well, the reason I'm trying to incorporate 2022 is I have.
You know what
hedging my
I'm
bet.
asking, right?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure that the RTSC, due to certain regulatory problems, is going to be able to hit that mark. If it does, great. Don't want to get into a conversation about that.
Right.
But I think 2021 is going to be a bit of a disaster year for the first part of the year anyway, and basically wanted to set this subsidy up until I was sure that the RTSC was in transit or was in operation, and that this wasn't going to impact the tax levy until we. Basically, I'm trying to keep this the status quo until we can upload our transit system to the RTSC and wave goodbye to it down the road and let them provide service.
Okay, actually, that's what I thought you were intending, and I think I'm fine with that reasoning, and I'm prepared to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Councilor Van Newkirk? You good?
I'm good. I was just going to ask for number clarification, and I've heard it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mark Swain, last little bit here.
And sorry, I think we had this question answered yesterday, but the number that we're seeing here is or is not reflected in the RFP number that the potential new service provider is going to be providing in 2021.
There will be a savings in the new 20,000.
Okay. Sorry, it doesn't impact your motion, Your Worship. I had to. I apologize. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you very much. Therefore, see no further. I don't think I need to wrap it up. I think we've had some good comments. So call the question. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Council, for your support. We might as well stick with transit and go to Councillor Danlock.
Thank you, Your Worship. In my submission of motions for the budget deliberations workshop here now, my motion would be, I move that Council postpone the resumption of Beaumont Transit Service until April 30th, 2021.
Can provide your reasons?
Yes, I will.
Right
Thank
now,
you. My initial submission to Council was suggesting April 1st being the first quarter. I rethought that because a good part of majority of our riders are students, and universities are essentially for the 2020-2021 academic year are not having classes in person. So an extra month in my mind of transit time to resume our services is reasonable. I can't see the circumstances around COVID allowing us to resume transit services in the first 3 or 4 months of 2021. So we're not reducing any services to our citizens. The 453,000 on page 73, it was 473, but it's down by 20,000 from Ms. Bozo Hudak's comments yesterday. So that 473 of operating expense would be reduced by roughly 4 months with this motion. And I believe that has a direct effects on the tax levy. I believe it does. So I think it's prudent to set a date at the earliest we would expect to resume transit services. I can't see us being able to do that well before the 1st of May, honestly, given the COVID circumstances, and it's already almost December 1st. So I think this is a prudent way to not to save some tax dollars and getting any reduction in service to our citizens. That's my logic and rationale, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. I'm going to throw a couple comments on that. One is we still get into the same conversation we've had when we're talking about deferring other things. Is that if you defer part of if you cut the budget to defer going, I think that's good. Second, I think your motion, while well-intentioned, I think it's a bit redundant, and because right now, currently, the council's operating under a motion that transit service not resume until the provinces enters phase 3 of the relaunch, which will require a vote of council to restart. And that might be April 30th, might be January 1, but the way we're going, I don't think we're into phase 3 for a while. And so right now we're on an indeterminate, we're already on an indeterminate hold. And so that's why I would vote against your motion to alter that one. To not alter that one. Councillor Mungoff-Swain?
Yeah, I see the CAR. You came off mute. I don't know if did you want to?
I was just probably for the same reason that Mr. Dowler came back to the video. I just wanted to remind the effects of making temporary adjustments to the 2020 budget like this will handcuff the next council who's putting a budget together for 2021 and subsequent years. I'm assuming, Mr. Dowler, that's what you're going to weigh in on.
Yeah, excuse me, definitely agree with that. The other comment I would make is that based on the motion that just passed, transit service for 2021 and 2022 has no impact on the tax levy at this point in time.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment. Thanks. Much smarter coming from you, Mr. Della. Yeah, so now that we passed that motion, I don't know if we need, well, I don't think we need this because there isn't an impact. If it runs, we'll find the right time for it when it runs. And if there is an impact, it'll come back off the reserve fund or go back into the reserve fund. So I get the intention, Councillor Daniluk, but based on that motion, I think it's redundant as well, as the mayor said.
Councillor Barnhart?
Likewise, I'd be repeating what Councillor Mungoff-Swain just said. I wouldn't want to say this is the date on the odd chance that we might be able to go a little sooner, but I think it's covered and I get the intent. So I appreciate the intent of the motion, but I would not be in favor of making it at this time.
Councillor Daniluk?
Thank you, councillors. I do appreciate the feedback. My interpretation initially was that there would be an impact on taxation, and if there's not, by the sounds of it, I'm prepared to withdraw my motion. It's not my intention to handcuff the previous or the future council. Not my intention at all with this kind of motion. So if that's a potential danger or a potential risk, I want to avoid that risk for the future council, and I withdraw my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daniluk. I do appreciate the intent to where you're headed, and I like how you're thinking. But
thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Question for sticking with transit, because I got one more that I would like to, and it's not going to affect the budget. But does anybody else have a motion that they'd like to make on transit, or can I make mine? Okay, I'd like to move, and it's not going to affect the budget today, but I'd move that, move that we contact the city of Leduc to see what the costs to add Beaumont as a stop on their route number 1. And my theory behind that is if it's a minimal cost, maybe we can get it temporarily looping through, because right now that bus stops in Royal Oak, which is on 5 minutes to our west. And so we can get that bus to loop through for a minimal cost. That might be a stopgap in service. That might be a quick, cheap, easy stopgap in service while we wait for our own service to resume or change. And so I'd like to get that number. It's not, we can't, of course, decide to do that today without that number, but I'd like to get council's direction to have our admin go make that phone call and see if they would be willing and what it would cost. So discussion on the motion, Councillor Mungoff-Swain.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I think I like you, I've always wondered why, there are basically parallel buses hitting up 2 different roads into the city. It's been a big part of the discussion at the Regional Transit Commission, and a whole part of why that upload is occurring. My question would be, we just went out to RFP to, ask for those services to run our own system in there. And I can't remember where we are in that process and whether we've issued or not, but it just seems a little disingenuous, I guess. Like we asked someone to come and fill and do this work for us and get someone to provide that service, and yet we're on the other side saying, well, if these guys can do it for cheaper than that, then we're not going to need that service. So I'm just like, I know what you're trying to get to, but the RFP piece plays into it for me. So I'm just curious on how that would work.
Admin for a response on an update on the RFP and how that could sort of work, because maybe I am out to maybe I'm not out to lunch, but maybe I'm outside.
Well, I'll weigh in here in a second, and then Jennifer will probably correct me or slap me. I agree. That's a very good point, Councillor Monkoff Swain. I think one of the advantages here is that the service provider happens to be the same company. So I think that might provide us with a better opportunity to have that frank discussion. Again, no commitments being made. We'll award the tender for the commuter. We'll build a contract. But with that in mind, I think there's possibilities to have that conversation without appearing disingenuous. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. So with the clarification, I wasn't aware of that there were not different parties. So if we think from that standpoint, I'm okay to have the conversation. I don't know if we need a motion for you guys to have the conversation, but yeah, I'm less nervous about that, knowing that they're the same player.
Okay. Seeing no hands for further discussion. Oh, Councillor Stout.
Oh, just a quick comment. Thank you. Mine was, yes, I've had the same. I've driven past that bus many times on 510 and wondered exactly the same thing. Why on earth couldn't we add this loop on? Couldn't we add a loop onto Beaumont onto this one, or couldn't the operator? And it seems to me actually that it would be mutually beneficial, because they surely get more riders and raise more revenue. I guess that then raises the question of, you know, how we split the income for that, and how they charge, and consequently how they charge us for providing the service. But yeah, you don't get answers to those questions if you don't ask them. So I'm in support of asking that question. Yes.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further hands. Oh, Councillor Monkoff Swain keeps going up.
Yes. Yeah, someone keeps throwing my hand off. And I'm sure that's Mike. So I just maybe. No, I know the wording in the motion. It says to contact the city of Leduc. Is that the right group that we should be contacting? Is it the company?
Sorry, contacts Leduc Transit, who runs that service, would be more accurate.
Yeah, I don't want to get hung up on wording. I just want to make sure that if we're giving them direction, that we're going to the right place.
Yeah, it's Leduc Transit, but Leduc Transit is embedded within City of Leduc's administration.
Okay.
They manage the contract.
The motion's fine. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to make it good. I'm good. Sorry. My hand is. I am the one putting my hand down right now. Just so you know.
Okay. All right. Call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And that's the last of my motions for transit and operations in general, to be honest. So if there's no more ones for transit, then other motions within the operations sphere. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, I may or may not have a motion depending on the response from admin here. We had a robust conversation around the Forest Heights subdivision, and consequently the developer had agreed to leave the one lot treed. During those activities, there were some probably more trees knocked down than the residents thought there could be, just due to lot grading and the like. And I believe our planning and development department had indicated that there was an intent to put some trees back that were knocked down. And I just wanted to make sure that there was allocation of funds to do that in this budget, or if not, I would put a motion forward. And just wondered if administration could comment on that a bit. Thank you.
I'm going to let Joanne explain where we're at, and then I can explain about the budget on the park side for the trees.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify the area that you're actually talking about. You're talking about the area just north of Triumph Estates and just south of Forest Heights, so kind of that middle part, or are you talking about the east-west side of that area?
No, the south side of the subdivision, in the southwest corner, there was that one lot that the developer said would remain untouched. And it did, except for the fact they had to grade into the other lots and stuff. And I understand that. But there was some casualties there on the, what would it be? The south edge that were committed to replacing some of those. They never said how many some was. It is trivial, I know, but I just want to make sure that, you know, there was a lot of discussion there and there was a lot of passion from those residents. And I just want to make sure that we have some dollars and cents available to put some trees back in. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the correct area. So in that area, the developer did have to remove those trees to be able to do the construction, to be able to provide services to the lot, to make sure the grading was done properly for those lots. As part of that process, they submit landscape drawings. Those landscape drawings show that they will provide 136 trees for the whole stage. Sorry, that they required 136 trees for the whole stage. They are providing 143. We did manage to get them to add 7 more than what they were required to do. And those trees will be replaced as the lots, as construction gets to a stage where landscaping can be completed.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, and I know this is really trivial at this point talking about the number of trees, but it actually speaks to the passion that we felt in that discussion. So thank you.
And I do want to clarify that that number talks about trees in the boulevard as well. So it's not just it's not 143 trees in that specific area. It is throughout the stage, but there is a landscaping plan that shows landscaping is being replaced in that area.
Yeah, and I think it'll be important to let the process go through here and see where we end up. So thank you. That's good.
Councillor Danlick?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will, my understanding is this is a proper place to bring this up. So my understanding is Council will recall we had a presentation from Chateau Beaumont, the Bearland Condo Owners Association, who came to Council looking to present their concern regarding mill rate for Bearland condos versus maintenance of services versus residential. And my understanding is that we would have to bring a motion on their behalf to have Council discuss this idea. So with that in mind, I'll make that motion on their behalf. I know Mr. Councillor Hendricks mentioned having some information from the past history to be brought forward to this committee workshop for budget. So with that in mind, I'll make the motion as follows on their behalf, that I move that for Bearland condos, Council will implement a mill rate that is 5% below the mill rate charged to residential homes to recognize a lower level of maintenance related services. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the theory behind it. Seeing no hands, I'm gonna weigh in. But once again, Councillor Danlick, I like where you're headed. I'm not particularly sure I'm prepared to go with to approve a 5% point or a 5% difference within the budget this year. I would support if you change your motion to bring a report back to committee of the whole to examine all the effects and capture that information that Councillor Hendricks was talking about yesterday, where council can have a very robust discussion and see all the effects of it. So I like where you're going. I would support an information and report request. I'm not going to support the 5% today. Councillor Hendricks, your hand is up.
Yeah, well, thank you, Your Worship. And yes, we used to have a split mill rate for that very issue, and at some point it has disappeared. So there was a lot of work done on this discussion the last time when it first became real and became a split mill rate, and all the reasons for it, all the evidence for it was all produced. So I think it's a fairly simple thing to bring that conversation back. It also had the math that goes with it, which made sense to the mill rate change that was in place. So, and I don't think there would be much change in terms of the theory behind the math from the one project in Colonial to this one. So, if that could just be brought to us for review, and then we could properly set a mill rate if we can all agree to it, with the differential as a result of the information behind it. So thank you.
So Mayor Stewart, having said that, I was of the impression to bring it to workshop, which I've done, and I'm completely comfortable with moving it to a committee of the whole, more information to come to us. My only question may be, I'm assuming then from Councillor Hendrick's comments, and my understanding is that if we bring it to a committee of the whole in the future, and council agrees to modify the mill rate, can we then implement that mill rate as in a future effective date, such as, for example, let's just say April 1? Is that something we're able to do? And that will give the council that we are looking at
that would
for them.
Yeah, no, that would be part of the conversation that we would have at committee of the whole.
Right.
And as to when the effective date would be if council decided that was the direction they wanted to go.
Okay, so having said that, I'm prepared to table my motion to a future committee of the whole meeting if that is proper procedure.
I don't want you to table. What I don't want you to do, I don't want you to table your motion. I want you to change your motion to direct administration to bring a report back on split mill rates for Bearland condos.
Okay, if that's a procedure, I'm prepared to do that. I move that administration bring back a report to council on Bearland condos mill rate to be discussed at a future committee of the whole by March 31st.
Call it Q1.
Or
Which is
by the end of
March
Q1. That was March 31st.
We can have it earlier.
Is that sufficient?
That's great. Because then that actually gets work on the roll. So.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to adjust my motion.
No, once again, Bill, I like where you're headed here. Questions and comments from members of council, debate on the motion.
So.
Councilor Hendricks?
Yes, so to that point, typically anything that doesn't quite get resolved in this budget process will be brought back to spring planning and before the mill rate set. So that should give us enough time to vet this discussion and before we actually set the mill rate. So thank you. That should work.
Thank you, Councilor Hendricks. Councilor Barnhart?
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarification. This does not affect all condo developments. It's only those where I think Bearland condo means that there are roads between as opposed to one building with condos. Am I right on that?
Essentially.
Yeah, and Mr. Dollar can correct me if I go wrong here, but yeah, the Bearland condo where, yeah, you're talking townhouse developments, or even in some cases I've seen them as single family lots, but all the roads and stuff within them are all privately owned by that development.
So it would not apply to a building where there are apartments that are actually condominiumized.
That's correct. Would not apply.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Danlock, final closing thoughts, or we had enough and can vote?
No, just one last question, I guess. Does administration feel that the end of first quarter is a reasonable time frame? Bringing the report back to council at a committee of the whole meeting? I'm assuming it is. If not, please let me know before I close up my comments, please, on the motion.
I believe it is, Councillor Daniluk. We should be able to put something together fairly easily to get it in front of council by March 31st.
Great, thank you very much.
Call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Further motions within the operational sphere. Okay, seeing none, I am going to make one on behalf of council, and this is, once again, it's a request for another report. There was a lot of questions from multiple members in the question and answer surrounding snow and ice. So I'm going to move that hang on, I had it written down. That administration bring back. Sorry,
So sorry, just thank you for the process. So this conversation takes place now, doesn't take place once we get to the service maps.
Well, we're gonna do, because it's in service levels and service maps are in
Okay.
operation. I know that's sort of
I'm with
in
you.
the book, and I'm learning a few things about how to structure this book next year. So yeah, service levels and the service maps are operational. So now is the conversation. So if you wanted to, I'll stop, and if you want to take over, that's.
No. Thank you. Certainly, I've been very consistent year over year regarding service levels, and a big push to try to up our game in terms of the quality of life in Beaumont as a result of the fact we live north of the 49th parallel. We do get snow, we do get ice, and it gets cold here. And unfortunately, it's for most of the year. So most of the year, we enjoy a design strategy with respect to roads and services that reflect what you'd also get in Los Angeles. But unfortunately, up here, we have to add the snow mix and the cold. And as a result of all that, people struggle with the snow that comes into not only the priority 1 areas, but also all the other areas. And I know that we're still bringing into this conversation this need to measure from the crown of the road a certain dimension of packed snow and ice before we'll actually plow it. And I'm hoping beyond hope that at some point we'll recognize the fact that if there's one service that you can give everybody in Beaumont, it's a grader that goes past their home, right? It's just it's significant. Even with the last couple snowfalls, I've seen it even in my area, people that are getting stuck and shoveling and pushing and doing things. Now we've got what I consider the oatmeal mix that's starting to happen because of the melt. And you can see the people that are, again, struggling, and we have the equipment, we have the process to get this done. So part of the legacy of all councils was to really ramp up on this discussion. And that started with a new public works building, new graders, more people, more employees. And every time we think we're getting there, but we can't seem to get the machine turned on and in front of our various residents. And I just struggle why there's always a debate over why we're going to do it or not do it when we just should do it. We had also at one point an agreement that we would hit these cul-de-sacs at least twice a year with a front end loader. And of course, we bought the front end loader. So then let's hit the cul-de-sacs. But I don't see that now in this discussion, in these documents. So, all I'm doing is I'll use the word begging, that we use our stuff, our equipment, our people to make that one service level shine. That we don't have to come up with how many centimeters or millimeters of drilled ice that we've measured at the crown of a road, decide whether or not we're going to do it. Let's get this done. Let's make Beaumont a place where driving is not, an opportunity for some and not others, depending on whether or not you got 4-wheel drive or not. It should be for all. So I sit here pleading in front of the courts, if you will, the Council of Beaumont, that please, let's figure out a way to get equipment in front of homes. Let's make Beaumont the best it can be with this service level, and let's get after it. So that we don't have to debate whether or not we've hit some magical dimension at the crown of a road, whether or not you'll get somebody plowing it. It just, we live in one of the furthest northern cities on the planet. Let's get this done, and let's look after people here. So that's the one service level everybody can enjoy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So are you prepared to move that administration bring back a snow and ice policy in Q1 for debate, for review and approval?
Yes.
Try and put
something that you can take this recorded video and say, listen, could you please match it up to a level? And so that I'm not in debate stage every time. Like last time I thought, okay, we got this done now. And now all of a sudden it's not, the 125 mils or 12.5 cent, whatever, is not at the crown. I thought it was on the curbside. No, now it's on the crown. Like, come on. I'm running out of debate over this. we have the horsepower. Let's show Beaumont that we've got the ability to pull this off and do it right. So
CAO, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I wasn't going to after the first part, but after the second part, I am going to weigh in. I think over the last 2 years, the service level for snow removal has increased exponentially. I'm not aware of any decisions that are made based on the snow at the crown of the road. I do hear your pain, Councillor Hendricks, and I welcome developing and updating our snow clearing policy. I received a number of emails this week, one from a former CAO here in Beaumont that said he hasn't seen the roads done as well as he have ever seen in 20 years. So I think to say that the equipment sitting there and it's not running, it's not a fair comment, nor is it that we're measuring crown of the road. But I do get your point. That is archaic way of putting snow removal work plans together. And I know we've hired Jennifer here 8 months ago, and the systems and structures that she's put in place over in infrastructure are improving things significantly. This year was a tough one. We started off with record snowfalls in the first 4 days, and we're still trying to catch up. You're right, the sugar that we've got out there due to the warm weather certainly makes it very difficult to now blow it and even plow it. But I certainly share your desire to update the policy and bring it back so that we can all understand, what drives those decisions. And, I'm with you. We live in a northern climate. There's no doubt about that, but people forget about that real quick. So we are, I hear your pain. We are all about improving every day, but I will say that we are.
okay, so just, and I understand that. Thank you. But this document is fresh to us. This is the one I'm supposed to be following, and I ask you to turn to page 90. So on page 90, Schedule B2, we have the colors, and the colors on priority 3 and 4 tell me that we're still in this conversation about measuring.
Yeah,
that's where I am. I'm saying if you're not following that, amen to you and thank you. So I'm just saying what I'm reading here. I'm hoping we're not here.
And you're right, which signals that policy update. One of the conversations Jennifer and I had earlier on, and we share the same desire, is when the first snowfall hits, you start up the machine, you shut it off in May, and you just keep right on going. So what drives those priorities is more about clearing 1 and 2 before we're getting to 3 and 4. Jennifer,
Yeah.
I'm wrong, but I hear you. It's time to update this because you're right. People turn to this on our website and go, oh, well, 12 centimeters, I'm not even going to see them in here, when I argue that they will. However, if 1 and 2 start getting filled with snow again, the business. But yeah, I welcome the policy.
Yep, great. And the whole cul-de-sac discussion, the front end loader thing, I'm not sure where that went, but I'm assuming, I think the mayor had made a motion that we go in there twice a year at least to clean them out. I don't know where that went. So that would be also one of my comments. So
that was made last year, as was the change to do the trails in 24 as opposed to, I think it was 48 hours or maybe even longer. And last year we got nothing but positives. People had seen a grader in their cul-de-sac for the first time ever in a lot of, so we're still to do that.
Okay.
Further comments on this motion? Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, I'm struggling a little bit with a thought that I wanted to bring forward because I think it kind of fits in this report that they will bring back. But I had made 5 circles on the service level map to bring from a priority 2 to a priority 1 for roadway ice control, as in to throw some sand and grit down just around some schools and one near the BSRC. Process wise, should I have shared this with administration? They have my circles already, but does that just get incorporated into this document that administration is bringing back to us now, or should I, following this, get the picture and put it up and have a vote and do that? Just what do you think?
Well, depends, I guess, is where I'm headed with this, because the update that's currently being proposed is a complete update to the whole ICE policy. and some of it may or may not get implemented in time for winter to end here. If you're looking for an immediate service level adjustment to start immediately, you might want to do that. But I see Ms. Bozo Hudak sticking her hand up, so maybe we'll get some guidance here.
If I could just intervene a bit, what we're doing right now, and you've seen it through the document, operations has amalgamated and we're working 7 days a week. And by making the change, the question came back to us, what's the cost? It's not the cost that I'm concerned with. It's just reallocating our shifts of operators that we would have already incorporated the requests that you've already mentioned on your diagram. So we're just updating our daily work plans to incorporate that without burdening an extra cost to the taxpayer. It takes us a while to actually look at it. It's a routes, it's logistics, it's making sure that our passes are correct. In all honesty, with the change in how we've delivered in the last little bit, we've had shift allocations, making sure we had overlap of equipment. There's a lot of things we've done in the last 3 weeks, even changing things to try to make things better. And we know we're improving, we're gathering data. Like right now, I know I'm getting into the details, but right now we have over 1,200 dumps of snow in our snow pile here by taking it off the streets. So we're active. And we're going to actively look at things in a better light. I do apologize. We were using the base. I couldn't get to a new policy in time for this budget. We're using standards within, so that 12 centimeters and 10 centimeters, that's basically from standards from prior and that technical base. We will look at it in a different light in the policy, and we will bring that forward with the passion that council has just presented to us today.
Okay, yeah, Mayor, for me, I'll just look forward to the vote, and then I think I will just do a quick motion to just get that picture up there. So thank you.
Okay. Councilor McGowan-Spain?
Yeah, so I'm not usually a stickler for words, but given the passion of my my colleague, Mr. Hendricks, I just want to make sure that we've got the wording right and we don't get any ambiguity here. So the motion right now, I see it talks about snow clearing, right? But as we go through this, are we talking just clearing? Or are we talking about trail sweeping? Are we talking about plowing? Are we talking about, so do we need to generalize the motion just to make sure, basically a policy to talk about all these maps as one?
Yes,
If I
it's
could
a snow and
weigh
ice
in
policy
on that, Mayor?
for everything is the intent. Ms. Bozo Hudak?
If I could just ask that it just be called snow and ice control policy, and that encompasses everything on our active transportation line. So if you could just amend that by indicating a policy for snow and ice control. And that broadens it.
Okay. That works.
Thank you.
That works.
Seeing no further requests to speak, call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay. Further motions within operations, Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yes, thank you. I would motion that we move the 5 indicated locations, and I've shared it with admin. We'll share it with council directly here. The 5 indicated locations on the roadway ice control map on page 89 from priority 2 to priority 1, as indicated on the diagram that I shared with administration. And so where those locations are is Dansero School. There's a 4-way that everyone slides through. The BSRC 4-way at 50th Ave that everybody slides through. Down at by Fresh Max and the school down there, the main intersection, and one by Bow Meadow, and one on Reichert and Colonial. So there's 5 locations there.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion, Councillor Hendricks.
Worship, and also just to add to that, I had also sent in some priority changes, and that one would include for getting the snow plowing done at City Hall as priority one. And given that it could be an EOC at any given time, and given that we have had, multiple times where, of course, it hasn't been plowed and it's a struggle to get there. I think that should be moved up to, and given the size of it, it's not an extensive piece of asphalt. So.
Is that on the same map that Councillor Van Newkirk is?
I'm not sure what he's got, but it sounds like it is.
It's
Well,
it's in the
it's
removal one. It's on P6 on page 94. B6 on page 94.
That'll be a separate motion because it's a separate map.
Are we doing service levels now? Like, I'm just struggling
Service
a bit to
level
follow.
operations, yes. That's part of the email that I sent out. Where operations is service and service levels, and so yeah. Like I say, I've learned how to reorganize this book for next
Okay.
year.
And so I had CC'd council on my submission to administration, and I just re-forwarded that around for you. So.
Thank you.
And then.
Discussion on the motion.
Oh, yeah. So.
Councillor Hendricks.
Yeah, Your Worship, while we're still in that, and I'm not sure how this motion plays out, but can we turn to page 95? On page 95, I noted that the color designations for Schedule C are in reverse of the other schedule formats.
Okay.
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, please.
We were trying.
Let's finish with Councillor Van Newkirk's motion.
Okay.
You've now brought up 2 additional topics, Councillor Hendricks. Slow
Okay,
down.
I wasn't sure if it's all included or we get to
Not
move
all
on. So
included.
thank you.
We're gonna do one at a time, and then we'll get through it. So
Happy to do it.
I got
Okay, good
you
stuff.
now, okay,
Right.
Councillor Van Newkirk.
Let's warm up those check marks.
Here we go.
I haven't called the question yet, but having said that, I am gonna, open it up to Martin Stout, Councillor Stout.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. Just quickly, I'm completely in support of this. I just wanted to ask, is there a budgetary implication to this? And can we put a dollar tag on it?
On this particular one, no. It was us just reallocating our shift differentials and having the equipment split in a different route. Typically with priorities, the issue we have is everything becomes priority 1, nothing gets done.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure when we're looking, and you'll see it in the snow and ice, that control policy that we'll present, there'll be a hierarchy of what we want to handle as a priority 1. And that's usually your emergency services, et cetera, and we work down. So in this particular instance, we did our logistical routes and we identified we can do it without a cost implication because we've extended our daily work shift and I can get it done within the 12-hour day we have now. That makes sense?
I think so, yes. So there's no budget impact, although you are telling me that not all priority 1s are equal, if I heard you correctly, that some get done before others.
Correct, because the whole city can't be priority 1. We have to, when we're looking at developing and bringing forward the policy, we will have very clear criteria, because if our arterial roads are priority 1, our gravel roads can't be priority 1. We just don't have that many people or that much equipment that we can just go out and clean. So that'll be identified.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so no cost impact. Call the question. Oops, I inadvertently voted in advance. All in favor? Okay, Councillor Hendricks, pick one of 2.
I'm gonna type
Like,
right.
yeah.
I'll let you decide, Your Worship.
Well, let's do the parking lot one first. Page 90, 94. City Hall.
Right. Yeah, so from my vantage point, I think City Hall's parking lot should also be a priority one.
Okay, comments by Ms. Bozo Hudak.
We'll amend that, and it'll just be the third one on the list. We'll do the protective services first, City Hall next. That's how we'll address that.
Great.
Budget impact?
None.
Any?
Nope.
None. Okay, discussion on the motion? None. All in favor? Just click your button again if it's. Councilor Stowe? There we go. Carried unanimously.
Oh, I'm a yes.
And I forget.
Just fiddling with my buttons.
Oh, Schedule C, page 95, colors.
Yes. Yeah, so I was intrigued. So apparently I'm getting an answer. I look forward to that.
We don't have a cartography standard, but what we were trying to do is keep the east and the west side of the city different, and we just kept the same. Like, we were just trying to note that it's not a priority like the other maps. We should have used neon colors, I think. We just didn't want a difference.
Yeah, I just noticed it was almost in reverse. So thank you. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Any further motions? Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, thanks. And I think I was getting a little bit confused between the operating budget versus operations within the operating budget. So tell me if this isn't the right place. But we haven't talked about protective services yet. Are we working our way through there, or are we still at operations within the operating budget?
We're still at operations. So anything within the operations sphere. Yeah. So what's like, so parks, information technology, roads, grass cutting. I'm just flipping through transit, transportation, roads.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just, yeah, same word, different meaning.
Yeah.
Nothing further from me.
Operations department.
Nothing further from me.
Okay, any further? Thank you. Any further motions that councillors wish to make within the operations department?
Yep.
Okay. Seeing none. Gonna flip through a number of pages because this department is huge. Planning, planning and development is next.
Yeah, if you're looking for motions under this section, I would take a stab at one.
Yep, I'm looking for motion.
That council direct administrate. So this stems from a question that I had asked in the preamble around Beaumont-based nonprofits and groups that receive community grant funding from our process, and the amount of money that they are charged for under the fees and charges bylaw for the things that they require permits for, such as signage, etc. I had asked what the total from 2018, 19, and 20 was, and the answer was that was a $2,200 effect on our nonprofits. And so my motion would be that council direct administration to adjust the fees and charges bylaw to reflect no cost for based in Beaumont nonprofits and those organizations that may have received funding through our community grants program.
Okay. Thank you very much for your thoughts. So go to admin for their thoughts and budgetary impact, because that one will have one.
So as Councillor Van Newkirk indicated, that over the past 3 years, the information we could find based on the permits that were applied for, the cost to nonprofits was about $2,200 over those 3 years. Going forward, it really will depend on the types of needs that they have and what those permit costs could be.
Just to clarify, we've charged nonprofits roughly $2,200 a year for permits over the last little while.
Not per year, no, just based on their needs. So depending on what they needed to do and when they needed to come forward for a permit, the charges totaled over the course of the 3 years, all of the permits that they applied for, a total of $2,200. So it's not $2,200 per year. It's based on an application basis. And each of those applications, the total of them has come to $2,200.
Okay, I gotta admit, I'm struggling with that low of a number a little bit, because Beaumont District Ag Society's done a bunch of things, the Heritage Society's done a bunch of things. Did we provide a bunch of free permits?
No, if they've applied for permits, we have charged for those permits. But depending on what it is, will depend on the cost of it. So building permits might be a little bit more expensive. Signage permits are a little less expensive. If the Ag Society is applying for permits and it's covered through the special events permissions, so for the parade, those aren't actually permits that we're issuing. That goes through the special event process. But definitely if there's a development or building permit that's required, those permits have been charged.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Appreciate that. Councillor Barnhart.
Yes, I'm generally in support of this, but I was looking for clarity as well. My experience has been, for example, erecting the tent at the CCBCC. That required a permit. So I think that's the kind of permits we're talking about. And
that's some of those, yes.
I want it to be clear, we're not talking about fees for rental of facilities, but we're talking about building and development permits.
That's the total that I've provided. That's the total that was requested. I'm not sure if there are any other fees that have been paid by nonprofit organizations. I only know the fees that were charged from planning and development.
So just to Councillor Van Newkirk, you're not talking about rental cost, you're talking about permit fees.
Yes, permit fees, and I'm just looking to adjust the wording on what I put in the motion here to reflect that. So permit fees.
So planning.
The idea that someone applies for a community grants funding grant of $1,000 and then we turn around and charge them $250 to put a sign up. Like I'm trying to eliminate that. That's the spirit of what I'm trying to accomplish. So if if admin has any suggestions on wording that would might help, then that would be also received well. Thank you.
It might help to be more specific. Since the fees and charges bylaw is separated by sections or schedules, it could be an exemption under any fees listed under Schedule 5.
Could we see Schedule 5? Is that possible?
Be helpful.
Yeah, if we could.
Mr. Dowler maybe could bring that up, or Mr. DeBlanco. I'm just looking at a hard copy.
So if there's a particular section in Schedule 5 that would apply specifically for these organizations, perhaps Joanne, let me know where I should scroll through. There's a few sections of Schedule 5.
Sure, it would be section B. That's where all the permitting fees are listed in Schedule 5. So what you have right there. So those are building fees, those are development permit fees, and any associated fees that would go along with those building and development fees. So safety code council fees.
Signage. Is signage in there?
I don't see it.
Signage is
Right here. So I'm assuming this is the fee right here, 106.
Yeah. That's including the, yeah, those are fascia signs. Yeah, those are all types of signs, correct.
Yeah, to speak a little more to it, the problem I'm trying to solve here is that nonprofits work really hard for what they're doing, and and when we give a grant and then turn around and pull money out of that grant back for permits and stuff, that does create more pain points. And I wasn't sure what value was going to come back, but I thought that a $2,200 spread over 3 years, if that's what the number came to, that it should be fairly soft on the budget. So just have to get the wording right here.
I do think that this referencing this schedule will encompass the intention of what you're looking for. That's also, as you can see, where the tenths and stages charges are. So if that's something that you're looking to waive as well, it falls under that section.
Okay, it looks like the city clerk and I hit enter at the same time, but yeah, the city clerk has suggested, moved by Councillor Van Newkirk, that council direct administration to adjust the fees and charges bylaw in Schedule 5, Section B, to reflect a no cost for based in Beaumont nonprofits and those organizations that may have received funding through the community grants program. So the specifying Schedule 5, Section B was the addition there. So thank you for that assistance.
I think section B limits it too much, maybe. Did I read did I read that whole section wrong, or?
Schedule 5 also, you might want to leave it as broad as Schedule 5, because Schedule 5 also references electrical permits, plumbing permits, gas permits, so anything like that, if that's also what you're looking to have them waive. That might apply to something like the Heritage House, who will need those types of permits.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So let's just do to Schedule 5 then, please.
Okay. Councilor Danilak, you wish to speak to this?
Just briefly, yes. You're just going to answer now, because with Badass, for example, being within our borders now, they're looking at expanding their grounds considerably and doing some renovations on the barn and the Magnon House and so on. So their ability not to be charged fees for that would be very helpful to that nonprofit. And I agree with the philosophy behind Councilman Newkirk's motion. I'm very pleased to support it. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other requests? I guess I'll be the lone guy that speaks against. I'm going to be the lone guy that speaks against. Lots of nonprofit organizations, like, this is the cost of doing business. These permits cover a lot of work that our people do. Just because we gave them a grant, it should all be part of their budget process and how they do things. And as much as I would love to be able to support everybody, we do have that grants process to be able to, for them to be able to come and apply for funds and be able to use some of those funds towards paying for the permits to do whatever project they need. The permits keep us safe. They still have to get the permits just because they're free, and the work still has to go on. So I'm gonna be voting against this. I think that $2,200 is a minimal. They're not pulling permits like they're going out of style, and I would just I just let it run status quo. I think we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. And see no further requests to speak. Councilor Van Newkirk, you wish to close? Or we'll call the question.
Nope, I think I've said what I need to. Thank you.
Call a question. All in favor? I lost Councillor Barnhart. Okay, that passes 5-2. Councillor Stout and myself in opposition. Any further motions for the operations area? Councillor McGoswin?
I just had a question for planning and development here, and where this is coming from. So I'm looking at page 75 for those following along. It's talking about the electronic permitting process. I think you've called it a public access process. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what that is. And the genesis, where my question is coming from, is a lot of local builders in the community are, have expressed some concern about the time, the process of obtaining permits for things as simple as getting deck permits, etc. So you've got listed here down a goal for electronic permitting public access portal. Is that part of the goal to kind of improve that process, or yeah, maybe I'll leave it at that. Just some of the simple local stuff that folks are trying to achieve.
Thank you for that question. So to explain the electronic permitting process and project, initially right now we have well, pre-COVID, we had a fully paper process. When the municipality closed its doors, and we had to pivot very quickly to an electronic process. So right now we are dealing with an electronic process that has no checks and balances in it. And our full electronic permitting process was supposed to start just as COVID hit, where we were going to start the project to bring this on board. And that had to be postponed a little bit while we were dealing with COVID. So the staff here has implemented an electronic process that really accepts PDFs or electronic applications in any format that the public is able to provide. The process, the project that we're implementing with electronic permitting will create those checks and balances. It'll definitely help people as they're making applications, but the implementation has to start internally first before we can open it up to the public to submit their applications electronically. So we need to test it internally to make sure all of those workflows and everything work properly. And that public access portal is now where people will be able to submit their applications online.
So thanks for the clarification, because I remember us discussing this last year, and you guys talking about this as a project. Sorry, in short, like everything else, COVID had an impact there, and something that you guys will be looking to get up and running for 2021. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we're really looking forward to this, actually.
A lot of people are, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that's the end of planning development. Seeing no further hands to speak, going once, twice. So, thank you very much, Ms. Dargy. Not too far to go yet, so maybe we'll just keep on going. Protective services. I know I got one. I think Bill's got one. Start with Bill. And then Sam's got one. We'll start with Bill.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity. Just a point of clarification first, it's kind of a question, possibly a motion. When a couple of us asked about a potential zero increase in ways to get there, administration suggested that the RCMP officer in protective services and the cost thereof could be not gone forward with, which have a direct impact on the tax increase proposed at 1.5%. I'll refer council to page 3, please, where it talks about RCMP contract 152,300. My question is, before I make a motion, is, as we all know, the RCMP require 18 months to 2 years from the time we request an officer to have boots on the ground. So if we request an officer today, it's quite feasible. Officer will not be in Beaumont until at least sometime in 2022. So the question I have is, could administration please explain just the reasoning why we're allocating $152,000 in 2021 for RCMP officer that we have a very, very high likelihood will not actually arrive in Beaumont until 2022. And my understanding is that we pay for RCMP with boots on the ground as on a pay-as-you-go sort of basis. So could you please explain why it's there now? And that will lead to my next question and possibly a motion. Thank you very much.
To Councillor Dunlop, through your worship, I can definitely start to provide some input, and then I'm going to ask either Mr. Dowler or DeBlanco to assist with some of the financial side of this. You are correct. It could take that time frame to have an officer on the ground. I believe Beaumont has experienced that in the past. One thing with this position that was presented in budget is that council did approve the position in principle this past, I believe it was June. So the RCMP are aware of it as well. The position is identified within the 5-year plan as presented by the RCMP. So the awareness is there. I would offer that may help move the position along and bring it here quicker. But you're not incorrect to say that it could be a substantial amount of time before the position is here. Mr. DeBlanco or Dowler, is there financial comments you can make? Oh, sorry.
I just want to make one comment. We have formally requested, as per the RCMP intake system, this additional constable, and we've done it in previous years, and they have been in around the first quarter of the 2021 year. So what we would be doing is actually writing back to the RCMP and saying that additional request we made, we're withdrawing it. So the wheels are in motion. But I'll let the finance guys explain their expectation on previous year's payment.
Yeah, and then continuing forward in the spring, we would of course make application for another officer again, and then it would once again get debated at budget as if we funded it or not. So that it's not going to be 2022. This particular officer has been in the works now since, as the CAO said, June.
Okay.
If there's any financial.
Sorry, no, not too much to add from a financial perspective. Again, there is some timing challenges possibly. We just wanted to make sure council was clear that part of what's driving the 1.5 tax levy increase is related to an increase to the RCMP contract, of which there still is a decision by council to either continue forward with or possibly put a pause on.
Okay, it's good enough for now. I'll hold any further comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Swain, you want to weigh in on this one?
I guess I'm a little confused, so maybe I'll let you make your motion, and then I think that might clear up where I'm going to go. So I'll leave it to you.
Okay. Well, I let Councillor down like he was on the roll to make it. But my motion was my motion was going to be to hang on, I gotta find it.
Yeah, your motion was put forward in your document, so you go ahead. Mine was more of a question.
I moved to postpone funding the additional RCMP officer for 2021 until budget 2022. Or to be reevaluated at budget 2022. And for all of the reasons that we just talked about. Councillor Swain?
Yeah, so I guess what I struggle with this one is, and apologies if I should know this, but I can't recall the conversation about the value. And you talked up front about how safe our community is. Now we're asking to consider whether we want to bring an RCMP officer in or not. And I without comparing it, I guess let me ask it this way: why did we want to bring them in the first place? What was the cost benefit analysis done to warrant bringing them in the first place? An additional one.
I can start in on that, and then Everett's reaching for the document that I have had a chance to look at, but don't have it at my fingertips. The RCMP did a 5-year plan a number of years ago, as they always do, and they project out population, crime rates, and so on. And then they suggest to us how many constables we should be adding as we move to increase the size of our police force. What we're suggesting is, based on the crime rates, which are almost non-existent in our city, comparably so, and growth rates, that we could forego one extra constable for an additional year. We are up to a full complement right now. We have been for over 12 months, and that's a first in probably 10 years. So we're actually in pretty good shape, but I'll let Mr. Cook, if he wants to add anything to that.
Thank you, Mike. There's not much more I can add to that other than confirm the numbers that CAO just passed along. Total general duty members is 13 plus 2 other members, bringing it to a total of 15. That is as of today's date. And it is important to note that in the document provided by the RCMP on April, prepared for this fiscal year, is 1 additional officer per year. That's based on their projections and, of course, associated costs with that as well. I'm not sure if there's more I can offer, unless there's another question with the document.
Yeah, I guess the question, I got 2-part question. One, it sounds like administration's leaning towards, and you've subtly hinted at it quite a few times. So I'm just curious why it was in the funded and why it wouldn't be unfunded. If you don't think from an administrative perspective we need to do it this year, why do we put it in the yes column? And then the second question is, maybe this is more of a comment, but we've heard the province talk about looking into a provincial policing model. We don't know where that's going to go. So that's on the basis, I support where the mayor is going with this, and deferring it a year and waiting till we find out a bit more about that provincial policing piece. But maybe it's just some clarification around if administration doesn't think we can get away with it for pushing it another year. Why was it included in the funded?
It was included in the funded. It's in the RCMP 5-year plan. If you recall, we presented a 1.5% tax increase. Council's desires appears to be to get that to 0. So this is an opportunity to get that to 0. If we were going to stick with a 1.5%, then we would recommend that we bring in this constable. If we can't, then we're suggesting that this is one way to avoid.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's good. I'm with you, John.
And it really have a minimal impact on us in the short term. In the long term, I would not say this is the way to be going, because we do need to get those officer numbers up as our population grows. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Just a little further clarification from administration on the repercussions of saying, oops, sorry, we don't need that officer. Do we go to the bottom of the pile again? We've worked very hard to get ourselves up to the point where we have a full complement, and we're only a slip and a fall or a leave of some kind away from not having that full complement available, and then we wouldn't have anything more in the hopper for a new officer. So maybe, I don't know if you have any indication of that or able to speak to the repercussions of changing our mind here.
I've been interjecting, and I'm going to go back to our protective services director, who's just as well aware of the process as I am. So Everett, I'll let you field that one.
Excellent, thank you. To answer your first question, Councillor Van Newkirk, no, I don't believe we would go back to the bottom of the pile. The request, as mentioned, was approved in principle. The process was started in June. I believe that when the request would come forward again this coming summer, so 2021, we would start that process again. And it's showing that it takes about the same amount of time. I don't have a lot more to offer on that, but what I would like to offer is when we did see some shortages in late 2019, I believe it was, the RCMP are able to reach out to other detachments, City of Leduc being the closest, where they were able to draw other resources from to help ensure that the numbers of officers within the City of Beaumont were maintained to the levels which are identified. So it's typically 2 officers, general duty officers on shift at any time in the evenings. I'm confident in that. I maintain that confidence. And that is one of the requirements or permanent responsibilities of the detachment commander to ensure. I hope I answered your question. I was able to provide you some input.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And the other, I'm going to throw a couple of pieces in there that I've been working for the last 3 years to make that work. So for 3 years, I've been working the RCMP on that problem, because this is the first year we've been fully staffed. And so I developed the relationships with the commanding officer and the commanders of the local division to really understand how officers are assigned. And it's not first come, first serve. And one of the reasons that we've been low is because our crime stats are amazing. Our community is really safe. And so officers, as they come out of the pipeline from depot or for transfers, go to higher risk areas, detachments where people are, where they're short of people, detachments where they're high crime rates. So Wetaskiwin enjoys a high priority. I'd love to be Tyler Gandam. When he asks, he gets. And things like that. And so that's how they prioritize. So it's not a matter of who got your application in first and going to the bottom. We'll put our application in for the next one. And because this happens all the time, people ask for officers, and then budget time comes around and communities like ours go, nope, not this year. And it's actually quite common. But it's all based around your detachment's perceived operational need by the RCMP. It's not a I asked first, I get my officer. Basically everybody that wants one will get one, but when you get one is dependent upon the needs of the RCMP and the needs of other communities around you. So I hope hopefully that brings some clarity. But after 3 years, we finally got some love, and they shifted us our people. Their pipeline came out, and yeah, it was good. Councillor Bill, did you speak, or did?
I'll go now. Sure. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Yeah, I had coffee with Detachment Commander Egan a number of months ago and talked about how they do recruiting, and it's absolutely correct. Our crime stats are good in a way, but works against us in terms of priority for policing. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a great situation to have in a way, but I don't think by delaying this officer cost to next year is going to put our citizens in any way or form at any kind of risk. I'm confident of that. And to use Councillor Hendrick's philosophy from yesterday, take what we need in terms of tax revenue. And I think this can be deferred to next year and not hurt our citizens in any way or form. So I'm prepared to support the motion to defer the RCMP to next year. And I don't think it's going to handicap the next year's council in any way or form by doing that. Thank you.
Councillor Reinhardt?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, given the motion I tried before, I take it that the RCMP position is not coming out of salaries and wages, it's coming out of contracts with RCMP?
Yeah, it's coming out. And Mr. Dowler can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it gets funded out of the RCMP contract and not our salary and wage envelope.
And therefore we have the ability to do that.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further requests to speak, call a question. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Further motions within protective services. Councillor Montgotswain.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm wondering if, so we got an email earlier this morning, I think it was this morning, all these days I'm meshing together, from someone sent us an email about an SRO request from Black Gold. I'm wondering if we could pull that up. I think we just, yeah, I just think we deserve to have that conversation. I read the letter. I wonder if we could just pull it up because it's not naturally appearing in our documents. So I just, and maybe someone's prepared to speak to that. I've got my own thoughts, but can we pull that up?
Thank you for bringing that up. That one had slipped off my radar.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, so generally the commentary is very good in here. From my perspective, it shows the value of the existing position. There was also a one pager. Thank you. Yeah. This is requested as unfunded. So maybe I'll pause there and see if anyone wants to speak to it. But I had a couple of comments anyone from administration that wanted to either introduce it or not.
Thank you, Councillor Monkoff-Swain. Through your worship to council, I can speak to this for sure. The request came through from Black Gold School Division, as you mentioned, Councillor Monkoff-Swain. It does show the benefit of our existing, the council-driven school resource officer position that we have that's filled by one of our community peace officers. Absolutely, it does. It's a very valuable position. Black Gold School Division has identified in their high school specifically the need or the desire to employ a dedicated RCMP officer. The desire to have that officer in place is supported by an annual $25,000 commitment from the school division to help subsidize the position. That is reflected in the document. The document showing that the service enhancement or the resource officer was considered unfunded. Obviously, the large percentage or majority of those wages and costs are unfunded. With that, again, going back to the rationale for the request, very specifically is when we start looking into, and this is in conversations I've had with Black Gold, when we start looking into the high school grades, some of the conversations and the interactions become more related to what they feel are a criminal nature, or at least heading down that path where an RCMP officer may be better suited. This is Black Gold's request, not the city's, not city administration's. With that as well, there's a reference to VITRA, Violence Threat Risk Assessment. I just want to talk about that just for a moment. VITRA, which our school resource officer is trained to, she is a 11-year member with the RCMP who left to join us, goes hand in hand with the Duke Area Community Threat Risk Assessment, of course, but plays a big role should there be an incident at a school take place, a lockdown or an activity for which the RCMP are required. It is felt that having an RCMP constable in this role may help with communications, may expedite those communications between the school, the RCMP and parents. It's not necessarily untrue, as the RCMP do deploy their resources and obviously look internal first before looking external, for example, to our school resource officer. Again, the commitment was made for annual contribution towards the position. With that, again, it did come via email to us and a conversation with Black Gold, and be happy to answer any questions if I can on the request.
Councillor Monkoff-Swain, are we prepared to make a motion to be debating, or are we just asking the question here?
Let me see if I can get away with it, and then you rein me in. So I appreciate this. This goes back to an earlier conversation that we had with Ms. Williston online here. And while I get the request here, they're looking, for a traditional SRO. I think we've helped fill that need, not to Black Gold's desire, obviously, hence the request. I'm more interested in the value of not necessarily a traditional SRO, but the value of a mental health profession within the high school. I don't know if that's our role, but I would certainly, my general thoughts around it is I would much prefer funding. If the city is providing funding for these type of things, I'd much rather prefer funding towards some mental health specialist within the school versus a traditional SRO. So the reason why I'm sharing that is I don't know if budget is the right time. I've been thinking about this and when to bring a motion to talk to the school division about it. This request popped up, so I thought I'd throw it out here now. And so the motion I was considering was to have the conversation with Black Gold about the value of that. And so it doesn't have a budget impact, which is why I wasn't prepared to talk about it until this one came up. So in summary, I think there's a hell of a lot more value in providing a resource that can help with the mental health in the high school versus a traditional SRO. So I'm interested in other thoughts on that, and then curious if a motion should be made here. John, I'll let you help me through that process, or that is a traditional one that occurs on a council meeting.
No, we can make that motion that you're thinking about here to open up that discussion in relation to, because this is a budget item. But if there isn't a member of, there's a member of I want to focus on this particular ask and then we'll work on that motion. I would like, is there a member of council willing to move that we fund this SRO as requested by the Blackgold School Division? Councillor Hendricks?
Yes.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Hendricks. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Daniluk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a little torn in the sense that I thought council made a very bold move when we implemented our own school resource officer, and I think we've done a very good job in terms of doing that with our school resources. The letter from the Black Gold talks about a specific level of threat that the RCMP would have to be involved with. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that what are the odds of that happening, but that's what we're talking about, right? What are the risks that happening? I mean, our school resource officer can do most of the functions that we've designed them to do. So I'm hesitant to support an RCMP specific officer in the high school, because then in my mind, it then diminishes the role of our resource officer we already have employed by the city to do most of that role already in this high school and other schools. So I understand what they're trying to get at from a threat perspective. There is a situation where our school resource officer cannot respond the way they want them to. I get that, but it diminishes, if this role were to go forward, how's it going to affect our school resource officer we already have in place now? And I thought that was a very bold move the council did to do that for our schools and for our students. So just a comment for now. I'm not sure what else I want to say. Well, I may say something else in a moment or two, but that's kind of where I'm going with this at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Hendricks? Sorry, I should let you speak first.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Personally, at least in the past, and I don't think this one's any different, by the time we get a letter like this has been vetted all the way through the process with the Black Gold people, their board, their principals, their teachers. These are always well crafted, well thought out positions. We just had the Percy Page situation that we all got to watch an unfortunate video on. You can see that their ask is in line with what they probably see on the ground with respect to everything from what COVID's doing to all other mental health issues. Now, I can understand where we've had a lot of conversation in the media that instead of police officers, we should have mental health professionals. I think that's more a call from the school board. If we start sort of quarterbacking how we think they should be operating, I think we don't have all the intel. We don't have all the issues in front of us. We don't know how they arrived at this decision. But certainly when it comes to the students and their safe well-being and this ask, I'd be highly supportive of it. Because Black Gold doesn't send you a request unless it's been very, very properly vetted and it's a need, not so much a want, but a need. So thank you. I'd support this.
Okay, appreciate that. I do know that Black Gold did send this a similar request to these of Leduc, or Calmar, I think Devon. So it is going across the organization, and I'm going to speak against it. If we hadn't just defunded our own police officer, and I understand that this is a program that they have a bona fide need on, I'd be willing to look at it for 2022's budget. But for 2021, if I hadn't just defunded my own, then I'd be more than willing to take a look at it. Those are my thoughts. I think they can run status quo for a bit. The RCMP in terms of the Vitra, I've been told by Staff Sergeant Jeff Egan that they have the capabilities to handle those requirements as necessary with the current staff they have on shift at any given moment during school day. So yeah, I'm not going to support funding this officer in this fiscal year. Councillor Moncaswain.
Yeah, thanks. For everything that you said, I don't support. I will be voting against this. I'll take an opportunity to clarify my comments around the mental health officer or the mental health person, for lack of a better term, when I bring up my next motion. But I won't be voting for this.
Okay. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, had we not just voted to not have another RCMP officer in Beaumont, I probably would have been more on board with this. The other thing I would say is that 25,000 isn't enough. I'd like to, if we were doing this, I'd like to see a true cost share on this, not just an allocation. So, should this ever go forward in the future, I would personally be comfortable with voting with something where they have looked at least a 50-50 approach, not just 25 grand. So yeah, I won't be supporting this one.
Councillor Danlott.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Actually, Councilman Newkirk read my mind entirely. At the price of 152 for the RCMP in our proposed budget, 25,000, that's supporting less than 20% of the cost. So I would, at this point, be not supportive of the motion, but going forward in the future at a much more reasonable cost share arrangement, I could look forward at the future. But in the future too, I still have a concern with an RCMP school resource officer in the high school, how it's going to affect our school resource officer. We've funded and pioneered from our end. That's a discussion for the future, but I do agree with a much more equitable cost share on this idea going into the future. Thank you.
In terms of our own officer, I just think it's going to free, if they don't have to go to the high school, it's going to free them up to go to the other 4 or 5 schools in Beaumont. So
true, but part of the high school, part of their job. I know what you're saying. It will.
But I think if this motion fails, I'm pretty sure Councillor Monkhouse-Swain's going to make one about opening up a broader discussion surrounding SROs and mental health supports and things. So we'll see how that goes. No further requests to speak. Do you wish to make some closing comments, Councillor Hendricks?
Your worship, no, I just, again, I've never run counter to these requests because I believe that they've been well thought out. So, and I don't want to micromanage the Black Gold School Board. So thank you.
Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is defeated, so funding is not approved. Councillor Hendricks and Councillor Stout in support. Everybody else was opposed. Councillor Monkhouse-Swain, continuing down this, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Yeah. Yeah, the wording.
Or you want some time to think about it, you can bring it for the December 8th council meeting.
Yeah, the wording's going to be awful today. So I won't bring it forward today. I'll get Shirley to help me offline. But I did want to clarify a comment because Councillor Hendricks raised a good point in terms of council making the decision on where the value is. And if I misspoke there, I apologize. I don't think it's council's role to determine whether there's more value in SRO versus mental health. I personally do, but I think we need to hear that from the right folks. So what my motion is going to be coming forward is to ask the school board to discuss this, and not just city and the school board, but to look at the other research that's out there to bring back that more academic analysis versus me throwing it up here. So appreciate the chance to clarify what I meant by that comment.
Any other further motions to be made in reference to the Protective Services operational budget? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Appreciate the help today. Last one, library. Are there any motions that need to be made in relation to the operational budget? Bear in mind, we'll hit their capital request that they asked for tomorrow. Councillor Monkhouse-Swain, your hand up? No? Okay, seeing none for the library, brings us to the end of operational budgets. I do want to take this opportunity to go back to Councillor Barnhart in case she still wants to make those motions. I want to go back to members of council that may have perhaps come up with something else through the discussions today that they'd like to revisit. But before we do that, I'd like just to hit the CAO and maybe Mr. DeBlanco to give us a quick quick snapshot of where we're currently sitting in terms of pluses and minuses and the proposed tax increase. Ooh. 0.16%. 33. Okay. At this point, I'd be almost prepared to ask the CAO if he could find $34,000 on a $30 million budget.
Yes, you know that we can for sure.
So, okay, so seeing this total and the fact that we're effectively at a zero, I'm going to ask for any further motions for members of council. I know, and looking at Councillor Barnhart, because she had one that we've tabled to the end of the table here.
Yeah. And seeing these numbers, it has made me wonder whether it kind of still works. Because essentially what I was moving was that City Council direct administration to achieve a 0% tax increase in 2021 by reducing or deferring expenditures. We needed 314,000 before we started. Now we need $33,600. So I still think that motion could apply, get us where we want to go.
True, to just direct them to find the 33.6. I would support that.
So that's my motion.
Okay. You want to say that again? Like I say, I'm getting tired, so.
And I know that City Clerk has it. That City Council direct administration to achieve a 0% tax increase in 2021 by reducing or deferring expenditures. Approximately $33,600 is needed.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Deller, Mr. Schwartz, if that's worded correctly to make the intent of what we need to have happen.
Just a couple of suggestions. One, if Councillor Barnhart is accepting, I would also look at including any increase to revenue as an option to getting us to zero. The other point of clarification that I think is important for council is just a slight clause at the end of it, something along the lines of with no impact to service levels.
Okay, I'm going to be looking to Shalane to help us wordsmith.
Yeah, were you able to catch that, Shalane? Those are good points, Mr. Dowler. So want to make this safe and effective. I'll just give Shalane a minute.
Should ask Kathy, it's her motion. Are you okay with wordsmithing to include those items?
The reason that I had not included the revenue, but I think I've covered it with the 0% tax increase, was I didn't want it to be the revenue achieved from tax or user fees. I don't particularly want to see user fees like childcare, for example, going up to make the difference, since we have concerns about the impact on our citizens.
Right, and by effectively, we couldn't do that unless, as Mr. Dowler was probably just about to say, and I cut him off, unless we had an increase of user fees or permitting fees or along those lines. Mike, sorry, I didn't see your mic come off. You want to weigh in?
Yeah, no issues at all. And I certainly understand that, Councillor Barnhart, and that certainly isn't the intention. I would suggest that the likelihood of us achieving the 33,000 as it sits right now through a revenue increase is fairly small. However, it does just provide another lever for us, understanding that council is not amenable to increasing fees and totally tax levy increases off the table. But it just gives us a little bit more flexibility to try and achieve that $33,000.
I'm very pleased to see where we've come today.
Mr. Dowler, if you could just please just confirm the wording that you had used. I'm just drafting this motion here. I have moved by Councillor Barnhart that council direct administration to achieve a 0% tax increase in the 2021 budget by is it increase in revenues?
Yeah, I think we can include something along the lines of through an increase in revenue or a reduction in expenditures with no impact to current service levels or current fees, if we wanted to include that kind of restriction at the end.
If we get lucky, maybe we'll have a stellar building year and permit revenue will be up, and that can cover it.
Yeah, I see where he's going. I like that.
Okay, I'm just making my final touches here, and then I will I'll post it.
One of the things while we're looking at that I don't see here is the condo changes to condo taxation, bare land condo. Would that make a significant difference?
That got turned into request for a report for broader discussion to come back. So it may, but that impact will be discussed by council when that report comes back in prior to setting the mill rate. Right now, it's got no effect. Could it? Yes, and which will open up this discussion again. But
All right, I've posted that motion there.
Okay, so everybody having a look at the motion. So I see 3 hands up, but this is for discussion on this particular motion. We're not opening up other items. So Councillor Van Newkirk, comments on this motion? You're still on mute, bud.
No, I'll make a motion after this one, please. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moncalfe-Swain.
Thank you. I wonder if Mr. Dalla can speak to the impact that pay-as-you-go has on the capital side of the budget. Does that impact the tax levy?
Well, to answer your question, Councillor Moncalfe-Swain, it is money or dollars that we are taking from tax levy or getting from the tax levy. In terms of an impact, in 2021, it doesn't have a direct impact. Now, if council chose to reduce it, then yes, that reduction could go to the bottom line and reduce overall taxes that we would be collecting from residents and non-residential payers.
I guess sorry, thank you. But my point here is we've still got a large chunk of the budget to debate. And we're talking, asking for a 0% increase where we haven't gone through some capital items. And I don't know who's bringing what motions. I get most of it's funded by grants and little impact, but there is a chance that there is going to be some capital project that we want to do that will impact the tax levy. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, and that's where I would look at the motion and I would remove the specific number that's built into the motion.
Yeah, I guess my point is I don't know why we're doing this. I don't know what the point of the motion is. I think we're here, we're working our way through. You know, at the end of it, we're gonna have a dollar amount. We're gonna see this table, this tracking table that's in front of us. I think if we approve this motion, then it's going to hamstring us for the discussions that we're going to have down the road. So again, referring back to my first comments of this process, I wouldn't vote for this motion. I would like us to get to 0%, but I don't want to vote for a motion because I think before we finish our budget discussion, because I think it's going to hamstring us. So that's my concern with it all. We've still got capital to go, and I'd like to have a better potential freedom and room there if we need.
You're right. I forgot about pay to go. So yeah, because we will at the end of capital, we will be throwing this table back up and having this conversation again. So you're right. We might be a little early. Mr. Dollar.
Absolutely. It is not completed yet, the full process, and there could be capital projects, obviously, that, yeah, definitely have possible impact on the operating budget. So totally understand the point being made here, and it may be better to defer this particular motion until tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking, are you okay if we table it, Counselor, with that in mind?
I'm of a mixed mind because quite honestly, having had this discussion, and it does put the administration on basically notice and they've been very willing to find the 33,000 to get us to that point. And I would like that to happen, fully understanding that the pay as you go, the way it's presented right now, does not cause us to have any further impact on our tax levy. So I'm not sure what other projects we would be funding. And my rationale for putting this forward is not anything different than what we've been saying already, that I understand this could cause some delays, but I think the positive benefit would be to our residents and our taxpayers, who at this point in time should not see an increase in taxes because of the impacts of the pandemic. So I don't want to see a negative vote here based on the fact that it's the wrong time, but I do think council has been supportive of the intent. So I'm not sure what to do. If we defer it?
Well, let's just see what council does, how council thinking, because we could pass this motion and then we might have to rescind this motion if we get to the end of capital and then find out we have to do some different things. But let's see how council has to weigh in. We'll go with debate on this. Councillor Hendricks?
Your worship, I was just going to echo the same thing about we're just a little premature on this. We should get through the capital piece because the other issue is how would we fund it? And there is opportunities to fund it. We have the financial stabilization reserve. We got other things that we use to flatten out the mill rate year over year. So I think we need to get through capital, get that done, and then come back to this. We're all heading for the same thing. So there's no concern that we're trying to drive the math up. So,
Councillor Danlott?
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo the concerns already, my previous councillors' concerns about delaying this motion. It would concern me if consensus seems to be leaning towards delaying this motion until after capital. If we were to vote right now and defeat it, and then come back to it later it would just seem really weird procedurally. So I would prefer we were to defer this motion or withdraw it at this present time, but it's up to Councillor Barnhart to make her decision on the motion. I would prefer to defer until we finish capital as well.
Yeah.
Reasons already stated. Thank you.
Councillor Stout?
I mean, we're there, right? We're there.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I'd like to defer this. To my mind, this is the half-time point of the game. We're halfway there, and this is the scorecard at the moment, and it's looking good, but we still got to play the other half to make sure that it is.
Okay, I appreciate that. Councillor Barnhart, looks like people would like to table, and I would prefer table, not to withdraw or defer, because we worked hard on that wording and I like it. So I'd just ask you if we could table your motion until we completed capital, and then we'll bring it back up.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. And I wonder if the administration can be somewhat regarding that 33,000. And I know I can't direct them to do that, but I'm just hoping that they'll come back with some ideas.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Barnhart, you faded out with me, but I think what I heard you say is for us to look for that in the interim, look for that 33.6. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. And I appreciate the conversation. I'm thrilled at where we're at right now. Thrilled is probably not the right word. Not great that we're in this situation, but I think council's of a singular mind here to minimize the impact on our residents.
Yes.
So I'm okay to table it.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, well, with this motion being tabled, we will cease discussion on this motion. Do members of council wish to have, like I say, yeah, going back. So this is once, twice, three times for the operational budget. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to direct back to page 13 of the budget handout that we have, and just have a quick conversation yet again about the economic times that we're in right now and the tough situation that residents are facing with job loss and with salary reductions and uncertainty in the world that we're at. And the motion that I would make is that council direct administration to reduce salaries and wages by 3%. So that's the motion I would like to make right now. Thank you.
Okay, are those your opening comments on that?
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion today about the reasons why and the tough times that we're in the municipality and as residents, and folks who have been handed slips to sign that say you don't have a job anymore or that you have a reduction in your wages. That pain hasn't been felt equally between the public and private service. There's been a whole bunch of discussion on that in the news and in the world, and I just wanted to bring that discussion here today. So thank you. I'll type the motion out in the chat here.
Okay, just a point of clarification before I ask the CAO to weigh in. Are you asking to like the overall wage envelope, or are you wanting to roll back individual employees' salaries?
No, the motion the motion is based upon the overall wage envelope.
You want to reduce the wage envelope by 3%?
That's right. Yeah. There's a salaries and wages piece in here for 2021. It says 14,465,800. That would be all encompassing. So thank you.
Okay. CEO, I'm going to ask you for your comments because this affects your people greatly.
Sure. I'll again trying to stick with the facts, but this one hits pretty close to home. But let's give me a few minutes here just to share some of the facts, because again, I don't think this decision is based on data. We're actually have a compensation review set up for Q1 of 2021. The last compensation review that was done in 2018, and it showed that we were at or below the 50th percentile, which is lower than most of our provincial comparators and lower than almost everybody in the region. I've stayed close with our regional neighbors, and I'm not aware of any of them that are entertaining the notion of rolling back wages. That's not to say that any individual councillor couldn't do that. So this is, in effect, would put us back further. And certainly by lowering the wage envelope, we could, not touch individual wages. We could simply reduce the workforce. But go back to a comment that Councillor Hendricks made earlier, and I appreciated that. There's been a lot of pressure put on this administration to improve and increase service delivery. We can only do that if we can attract and retain great people. Right now, we're able to do that. We start dropping pay even further, and I'm not sure how long we can continue as that gap grows. In 2020, we did not, there was no COLA presented in the budget. Administration has worked very hard in 2021 to present you with a budget with no salary increases. So that's no cost of living, and that's no merit increase. So a merit increase is 3%. The COLA in 2020 was about 2%. And right now the cost of living is sitting at about 1.7%. So that's effectively a 6.7% reduction in wages already. When I first got here to Beaumont had a reputation of being a training ground for junior municipal employees, where they could come here and get some training and some experience, and then they'd move on. They'd move on because they make better money elsewhere. We're still in that situation from a perspective of a pure salary. We've improved that, but we're still able to attract and retain, in my opinion, the best in this region. A couple more comments. Our long-term disability premiums are rising 18% in 2021. Our short-term disability premiums are increasing 6% in 2021. So paychecks are shrinking. That comes right out of the employee's pocket. I firmly believe that our employees continue to perform over and above. They're not paid as much as their colleagues, and many of them put in more hours than they are compensated for. Administration was asked to present a very frugal budget, and council has been able to get that down to a zero. The last comment I would make is a lot of our families, a lot of our employees' families have been hit hard economically, and their spouses and significant others have been hit. So I would argue that the family has taken as the same amount of hits as residents. Of course, every situation is separate. So there are some facts with a little bit of opinion that I shouldn't have added, but I did.
Thank you very much. So we'll open it up to discussion and debate. I'm going to come out and speak in opposition to this motion. The CAO made a number of good points that I'm not going to spend time reiterating to them, and I'm not going to support it. So we'll open it up. Councillor Martin Stout.
Thank you, Worship. No, I'm not in support of it either. I was in support of and I specifically asked the question when the draft budget was prepared as to whether or not COLA and merit increases have been made, and the answer is clearly no. And for me, that's essentially that's a wages freeze. And as discussed, that given that inflation is still going on at 2% or whatever it is today, that amounts to a real-time cut in actual purchasing power. So yeah, for the purposes of this exercise, I think that's austere enough, and I wouldn't support cutting it back further for all the reasons that the CAO has just alluded to.
Councillor Margot-Swain.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on a comment from Mr. Schwartz there. You talked about a salary review in Q1. Could you just provide some more color around that, please?
Yeah, we're doing a comparative. We have a list of comparators in the region and outside of the region that we regularly compare our salaries with to determine where we sit compared to similar municipalities.
And I'll take us back then to the conversation that we had earlier regarding the council salaries and wanting to have the data in front of us to make a decision. So I appreciate the question. Certainly going into it, I had similar thoughts, and so I appreciate Councillor Van Nieuwkerk for bringing it up. But that with the answer provided here, I think that helps me get to a point where we'll wait to see what comes back after that salary review. So I won't support this motion.
Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate where Councillor Van Nieuwkerk is coming from. If we had needed to get to the 0%, I would have supported it. But as I said earlier, I'm pleased to see that we've been able to reduce expenditures and potentially increase revenue to get to that 0% tax impact on our residents. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Danluck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo the comments of my previous councillors. I do thank Councillor Van Nieuwkerk for having the courage to suggest something like this. It's not exactly an unpopular thing to suggest, so I applaud your courage for saying this. I do also concur that my objective was to get to zero. Many people have talked in the community, as you all have spoken to people in the community. They all want the absolute maximum of service or least amount of price. And I believe a zero potential tax increase for 2021 gives them a good fiscal responsibility and maintain service levels, which I think are getting much better than they have the last few years. And I think we can be very proud of that. And I'm comfortable at the zero increase in taxes with no reduction in services, and to staff, no reduction in staffing as well. So I appreciate the intent, Steve, and I do appreciate the looking forward that way, but I'm comfortable at this point. So I will be declining to vote on the motion. Thank you.
You have to vote, but you can vote against.
Sorry, I said that poorly. It's late on a Friday, so again, I do.
We're getting tired. We're almost done for today.
Yeah.
You can't decline to vote. You can vote against, or vote for it, but you can't decline. All right, seeing no more further requests to speak, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, you got some final closing comments? I'll call the question.
Yeah, no, thanks for everyone for weighing in for sure. A couple of, I've tried twice today to reduce some operational costs here. To both times I've, been met with passion, which I would expect. The one thing that would have been a little bit nicer to know up front is that we actually had these reviews underway. We're missing that information as councillors. So, that's a critical point that is missed, that hasn't been shared with council. So I would point that out. We're two instances where that has played into a decision now. So in any case, the vote will happen, and we've had the conversation, and thanks for the opportunity to bring it up and discuss it.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That motion is defeated. Councillor Van Newkirk in support, everybody else in opposition to the wage reduction. Okay, so is there any more last chance for operational budget? And I know it's Councillor McGowan.
I'm not going to ask the question, I promise, because I realize we have 3 minutes and people want to get out of here. So I'll ask the question. I don't want to have the discussion today. Earlier on yesterday, we had some discussion around the 1.4 comparative for the non-residential piece. So I just ask if administration could, if we could put that on the agenda for something first time tomorrow. I know we're going to want to dive into capital, but I would like to have a better understanding of that. And so just a brief conversation around some of the impacts of maybe adjusting that, what that would be. So I don't want to talk about it now because I recognize the time, but I just want to make sure that admin is ready for that conversation.
Okay. It's a good conversation. Okay, so seeing no further things in the operational budget, I'm going to ask this question of council. Mr. Suter was all set to present on the, as we head into capital, was all set to present on that project, the field project. I think it's a short presentation. We could see the presentation tonight, think about it, ask questions tomorrow, and then carry straight into capital. Or it's up to council. It's 5 o'clock. The day's work is done. We can wrap it now and pick this back up tomorrow morning. Councillor Van Newkirk, do we want to see the presentation? I guess just some quick thumbs up, or tomorrow. No thumbs up. So I think we're doing all the presentations tomorrow.
Sorry, that was very quick. If you give me 30 seconds, I can run upstairs with my childcare just to make sure I've got an extra 30 minutes. But I think if everyone's okay, I'd like to hear the presentation, think on it overnight, and come back tomorrow.
Yep, I like that option too. I prefer to see the presentation now if everybody else is available and willing.
CEO, are you guys willing to hang for half?
Okay.
Hendricks?
Are we able to take a utility break?
Yeah, we will take 5.
Thank you.
We'll take 5.
Going to affect the
I'm
rate,
with you.
Mr. Hendricks.
Before we go on, but,
I think I'm setting a record.
If
I guess I asked council, are you guys willing to do that presentation and then we'll wrap for the day?
I'll just run down to the bar and get Paul, and then we're good.
If I'm not here, I'll just
on.
watch it on YouTube. I'll just watch it on YouTube later on. Okay.
Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll take quick 5 or 10, come back here, see this presentation, and wrap for the day. And thank you very much, in council, for all your hard work today. I think we got to a great place to start off tomorrow, and it'll be good. So yeah, we'll take a quick 5-10. We'll do that presentation and then be done.
Good job today.
Call the meeting back to order and commence first part of capital, which the only thing we're going to do tonight is have a presentation from Mr. Suter, and then we will adjourn the meeting and we will pick this back up tomorrow morning. Mr. Suter.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, members of council. I hate to disappoint right off the bat, but this PowerPoint is not what you may be used to for quality, but I'm going to share it anyway. We're going to talk about 3 projects basically in one. That's the way it's reflected in the budget document. Four Seasons Park multi-use field. We also have trail connections and upgrading and Storm Pond. The trail connection upgrades in total that are proposed throughout the city, not just in Four Seasons, are 1,415 meters approximately. Connections are connections that were easy to do, from a probably overdue perspective, and are feasible to punch through or connect a couple trails or whatever is required, as well as upgrades to repair trails that are deteriorated or bring them up to the same standard as the newer trails. So the next slide is an image of the proposed multi-use field at Four Seasons, just south of the Composite High School. As part of that package, you'll see an artificial turf field with a grass training area at the north end. On your east side, you'll have a berm with potential for seating on the berm, some trees for some privacy and noise reduction to the residents. On the west side, there's bleacher area, storage area where equipment, on-field training equipment could be rolled and parked at the side. The markings on the field reflect football and soccer. You can also have 2 smaller fields running east and west for soccer use. And as well, it has trail connections, asphalt trail connections from the north coming off the existing trail, and on the west side that connects. Right now, there's nothing there, just kind of a drainage, if you will. So this will kind of tie in the park and the walking paths that are in there nicely. You also see the removal of diamonds 4 and 5 underneath that overlay. This project also looks at the drainage in that area. It is not lost on the engineers that have been involved to date in conversations on this and what needs to be done. There's also a conversation going on about the with some of the user groups, minor football, blitz fastball, and whatnot, about in the future potentially having some infrastructure to the north side there. We've engaged Black Gold on a conversation about what that could look like. They're temporarily having storage there, as you can see. It's highlighted existing storage, but that's certainly not something that would come to fruition in 21. That would be assuming this project, whenever this project is built, if it is ever built, then that would come after the fact. Proposed site amenities are, I think I've already covered them all. There's lighting as well and fencing. And the fencing would provide security for the turf. So in off time or winter season, we could at least protect from, non-desirable use as motor vehicles or other things coming across the turf. We need some kind of protection for that kind of facility. So that's why you would typically fence it, and as well as site landscaping. The next series of slides are basically the bunch of proposed trail connections. I think I can go through these, but it's hard to see from these images I pulled together that where maybe they are in the city without the overall map with you. I think I can share this with council, and if you want to take it back, and you can have a look at it on your own time if that's what you want. And some of these are identified as connections or upgrades. And basically it gives you the meters, kind of the area snapshot and approximate value to do that connection. Municipal projects team looked at all these areas, and these were some of the easy wins in our minds to punch trail connections through. We also looked at the 2015 open trails master plan that was done on this sort of stuff and trying to connect what was still outstanding. This is not by any means all the possibilities, but at least this is a good chunk to begin with. And by no means all these have to be done in 1 year, but I just put them all together for the conversation and propose it that way. As you can see, we just kind of easy connections to do. There's no reason to not do them as far as there's nothing built in the way. There's no infrastructure that would necessarily interrupt that or provide a barrier to that. The only one that is, in my mind, a must do is really related, and this is the one here. It's what we're calling Four Seasons Trail reconstruction. It's existing and it needs to be upgraded. And the reason I mention this as a must do, assuming the multi-use field project were to go, that would be the opportune time to do this as well. And just where that little thumbtack is, you'll see that low-lying area there. That is where the Storm Pond project, which is also part of this package, these three projects rolled into the one number. If you're going to rip that area up anyway, it makes sense to do this connection at the same time, not to come back a year later or whatever and upgrade that trail if you've already got this park torn apart in one season. So another connector here, or that's a reconstruction, sorry. Connector here. And this is the existing Storm Pond at Four Seasons. Sorry, it's not Storm Pond, low-lying area. I'm not an expert in this. I'm just relaying what was provided to me from municipal projects when they looked at this And this was something I think they've talked about over the years to try to improve the drainage in Four Seasons. And this is right now an existing low-lying, it can't be used for much else right now. So this is what they're scoping out as part of that project, and that's what the new storm pond could look like. It does impact what we have there. We have kind of a small soccer field of the past. There's still some nets there somewhere to the east, I think, or to the west, as well, the old beach volleyball area, and the frisbee golf, disc golf that's in that area. But we would look at how to best relocate whatever we need to relocate. And like I said, I don't have any technical response on that. I can get council that, but this was just provided to me from municipal projects team, what they've been looking at to improve the drainage for Four Seasons. So, and all three were just pitched as one. They can certainly be broken out. They're not all tied together necessarily. They're tied together for if you look at just the area, and if you're going to do all this work, it kind of makes sense to go through the pain in one year as opposed to multiple years. So that's all I have, council, on that. I know riveting and long anticipated presentation.
No, we do appreciate you spending the time with us and going through that. Yeah, I know that soccer field well. Nobody really uses it because it's either half mushy because it's wet, or it's so it doesn't need to stay there. It doesn't need to. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. So I think that's great. I didn't realize we were doing that many trail connections. That's awesome. We haven't done that kind of thing in a long time. So that'll be a great win for our community. But we'll debate the actual merits of the project tomorrow. I'll open it up for questions from members of council. Councillor Daniluk.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Thanks, Paul. Great information to have as well, too. Much appreciated for the recap on the project itself. A couple of quick questions. I just shut down my screen here where I had the questions from council ahead of time, where I think Councilor Markov-Swain and myself asked the question about splitting up the project, the cost of the field versus the cost of the trails and the storm pond, because they are in my mind separate projects. They intertwine. I get that part, but part of me says, people say it's a $5 million project for the field. No, it's not. It's not just a field. It's other components as well. Now, the cost I thought was around, after the breakdown from the answer I got back from administration, 600 grand in change for the trails, about 900,000 for the pond, the balance being the field. My question really revolves around the field itself. How confident are you? How do you feel the accuracy of pricing on the field being roughly 3.5 million? Are you confident that's actually a pretty firm number based on the potential for any cost overrun, that sort of thing? I mean, it's a pretty sizable project, and I want to know what your thoughts may be on the ballpark number of 3.5, which is part of our discussions tomorrow for capital.
I was gonna say, I don't really want to get into actual budget discussions.
Well, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about numbers of things, but we'll give you the quick high level overview. But I don't want to get that far in the weeds. So answer Councilor Daniluk's question.
I withdraw the question. It's fine. Thank you.
I mean, I can answer the question, Your Worship, if you want.
Ask the question.
No, if I'm out of line with that question in terms of procedure, I'm fine with tomorrow. If that's more appropriate,
it's not out of line.
I'm fine with that.
But you're not out of line, Councillor. But that line of questioning starts down that rabbit hole, and I just don't want to continue down the hole.
I see your point, Mayor Stewart. I was ahead of the gun there a little bit, so I apologize for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't
Councilor
clear.
Barnhart?
Worship, do you want me to answer that or not?
Let's go.
Yes, please, real quick.
Okay, so I have an estimate based on the complete breakdown for the multi-use field, and it came in at 3.7 million with a 10% contingency. The number of 5.5 actually bumped that up to just under 4 million. So that's a pretty good, accurate number based on what we have.
Thank you. And I apologize for jumping the procedural queue there, but I respect what you're saying, Mayor Stewart. Thank you.
No, you didn't. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause a fear. Councilor Barnhart?
Thank you. And I may be jumping a queue too. I just want to understand, if this funded package, Four Seasons Park, multi-use field and trails, in response to some of the questions, there was all of the missing trail connections, we would direct it back to this budget. Am I to see it, to understand that this is all of the missing trail connections or just some of them?
Through your worship to Councilor Barnhart, it would not be all of them. No, these were some of the more easier ones to get done. Some of the other ones I think are either waiting for development in the area potentially, and sometimes that changes what we can do there, or maybe we've lost the opportunity for whatever development has occurred to punch a connection through. I'm not exactly sure at this point. I don't want to speak out of turn necessarily, but these were some obvious wins for us to do. As has been alluded to already, we got behind on this sort of work. So these were very easy. It kind of stood out as an easy win for us. So that's why they're in there.
I'll wait till tomorrow for the rest of my question then. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, Councillor Munkoff Swain, who's babysitting kids, so he'll be on audio here. Oh, everybody.
Yeah, we'll give this a shot. If they start screaming, then I'll type my questions in. Really quickly, does the quality of the AstroTurf, or whatever we want to call it, I know that's not the right word. We've had presentations come in ensuring that we make sure we get a top quality turf. Can you just speak to that, please?
Through your worship to Councilor Munkoff Swain, yes, there's a variety of synthetic turfs out there, and I think it's depending on who you ask, which is the best, but what the pricing we've got was actually for the upper end of the product that's recommended right now, yes.
Okay, and then very briefly, the storm pond, does that have to happen this year? Is it directly related to it?
I believe the reason we put this in there is because it is part of the overall drainage of the Four Seasons area. And if one project was going ahead, then it made sense to not do it in multiple years when you already have that area, closed to the public for construction. So that was why that was the logic behind it. I don't know historically what the timeline was for that storm pond.
Okay, Councillor Stout, followed by Councillor Danlick again.
Oh boy. Thank you, Worship. Mr. Sitter, I noticed the trail connections that were included all appear to be in either Brookside or Four Seasons. Was that correct?
I'm not sure offhand without going back, Councillor Stout. I can send them out to you guys, and then you can have a look at them.
Thank you. Would appreciate that. I'm just thinking, basically, the trail connections that we're putting in here, this is in and around the football field, and
there's a couple across east of 50th as well. There's offhand.
Okay, there are some east of 50th. Okay, yeah, as you said, it wasn't easy to spot exactly where everything was. Yeah, I'd appreciate if you could send me that out and I can take a look at it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Danlick.
Thank you. Mr. Suter, we had this conversation way back a while ago, just ballparking ideas around this multi-use field idea. Is there any consideration as part of the project to put anchors in the ground around the field? So should council in the future decide to put kind of a dome over top like the soccer field had in the south part of Edmonton, north of Beaumont here, is that contemplated as part of the project? I thought we had spitballed the idea a while ago, but I'm not too sure it made into the sort of final pricing design ballpark idea for the project. But just curious if that's something we could perhaps consider at some point. Again, not going down the rabbit hole for cost, but just more a matter if that's part of the plan design possibility.
Through your worship to Councillor Danlick, I think the consultant that did up this concept, he is of the opinion there isn't room for that sort of a structure there. There's also a footing that's required, I'm told. And if you were to put that footing in and not put the dome on it, then you've got another issue there around the field. So it wasn't recommended to us based on the space that we have there with that field.
Okay, that's what I kind of thought, but just so we get on the table for discussion, so council's aware that that has been at least looked at and it's not favorable. It's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, and Mr. Sue's going to send us the slide deck so we can get a better look. And if council thinks of questions overnight, we're more than happy to pick it up in the morning, but that gives council the overview of that project. So we will convene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for capital, followed by utilities. And then we'll be wrapping up. I'm thankful for council's work today. We took what was already a frugal budget and pared it down even further. So I'm really happy. We're currently sitting at 0. And that's going to be a good news story for our residents and for everybody. So appreciate the work. And I will see you guys all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The budget session for today is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.